Chapter 262. This kid is not bad. The white-haired old man is interested in Qi Yuye. Not bad indeed. The handsome man nodded. You're not going to fight with me again, are you? The white-haired old man was no longer calm. The preeminent man said, Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. He's still some distance away from my standards. That's true. The white-haired elder nodded. In fact, Qi Yuye was still a distance away from his standard and could barely be his personal disciple. Of course, the premise was that the other party could pass the sixth mystic martial door, otherwise, everything would be empty talk. The middle-aged beauty said, the sixth mystic martial door requires one to maintain their willpower for a period of time. As long as one passes this period of time, they would be able to pass it. I wonder if these two would be able to pass it. Although the hope of Li Fuchen becoming her personal disciple is very small, but the mystic martial experts cherish geniuses very much. The former should be possible, but the latter is probably a little dangerous, another odd martial artist with grizzled hair said and analyzed. Time passed bit by bit, but the two of them maintained their will and did not dissipate. Especially on Li Fuchen's side, not only did his willpower not dissipate, it even had the tendency to condense. What a terrifying will. The white-haired elder was moved. Within the wind blade space, it was already extremely difficult to maintain one's will and not dissipate. One simply did not have the strength to condense one's will. At the very least, they had never seen anyone who could do it. But Li Fuchen did it. This meant he still had strength to spare. The will grew stronger and stronger. The wind seemed to have quietened down a little. Does he want to rely on his own strength to recover? All the odd martial artists were shocked. The preeminent man was also staring at Li Fuchen's space of wind blades. Enduring the time limit and relying on one's own strength to recover were two different concepts. It was just like the difference between unleashing the explosive power of a flood dragon and unleashing the explosive power of a dragon in the flame space. No, the difference was 10 times greater than that. One's spirit and will could be tempered. However, there was no way to train primitive willpower, at least not for mystic martial artists. He could only rely on himself. He could only rely on the guidance of fate. Big brother, can you give it to me? The white-haired old man was extremely tempted. Teaching such a personal disciple was something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. Dream on. The pretty-looking man said. With a single point as the center, the wind within a large area stopped. Yes, the wind had stopped. No more wind blades were produced. A spot of radiance was blooming. Is this kid going to defy the heavens? The middle-aged woman murmured. He's already defying the heavens. The burly man's heart ached. Compared to him, the previous direct disciples were too weak. The white-haired old man shook his head. He was the fourth mystic martial expert, but he looked old. The disciple he had accepted previously was Xiahou Chuan, a disciple of the Dolin clan. On the other side, Qi Yuye's will is very condensed, there is no trace of dissipation, but there is no trace of condensation. He was holding on. As the top sword Dao prodigy of the East Unicorn continent, he vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword Dao and become the monarch of the sword. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind blades shuttled back and forth, crazily cutting at his will. He felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. But he was unwilling. His goal was to become the successor disciple of the first or second mystic martial expert and do what others couldn't. This was his mission. Hang in there. His will, which had dissipated a little, was like a candle flame, trying its best to hold on. I will use my life to defy heaven's will, condense for me. When the radiance illuminated the surroundings, Li Fuchen's voice suddenly echoed. The next moment, with the radiance as the center, the shattered body began to reform. In just a short moment, a complete body was formed. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen saw the space of wind blades again. But this time, the space of wind blades didn't have any more wind blades. Where he looked, the wind blades in the distance were all dissipating, as though they couldn't withstand his gaze. The space of wind blades was also a space of willpower. As long as your willpower was strong enough, the wind blades wouldn't dare to be rash. He succeeded. Apart from the preeminent man, the rest of the 7 mystic martial experts took in a cold breath. What kind of person was he? He just had to persevere for a period of time and he would be able to pass the 6th mystic martial door. But he surpassed this rule and recovered by himself, breaking the restrictions of the space of wind blades. Producing a dragon-class burst strength and relying on his primordial willpower to recover his body. Is such a prodigy really a prodigy that grew up in the East Unicorn continent? The white-haired old man was bewildered. The preeminent man spoke with a stern expression. He is an anomaly. But I do not agree with your statement. The East Unicorn continent might be small, but it isn't impossible to produce a heaven-defying prodigy. A true dragon might appear in such a small place. They, the mystic martial experts, weren't reincarnation realm martial artists, but existences that surpassed the reincarnation realm. But they were restricted by the rules of the mystic martial hidden domain and were unable to leave the mystic martial hidden domain without permission. Even if they paid the price to leave, their strength would be suppressed to an extremely low level, and they would only be able to exhibit the combat strength of a reincarnation realm martial artist. Hence, their horizons were much broader than everyone in the East Unicorn continent. But a prodigy like Li Fuchen was truly beyond their imagination. Appear. Li Fuchen pointed to the front and a lump of wind gathered, turning into a whirlwind door. Taking a step forward, Li Fuchen walked into the whirlwind door. The outside world was in a complete frenzy. He passed the 6th mystic martial door. Is he still human? In this era, only 3 individuals have passed the 6th mystic martial door. He actually passed it too. Everyone's emotions were fluctuating. Passing the 6th mystic martial door was a huge matter. If the previous Li Fuchen was unknown, then right now, his fame would spread throughout the entire East Unicorn continent as time elapsed. There would definitely be a place for him in the stars ranking tournament 1 year later. Li Fuchen passing the 6th mystic martial door was naturally the most unhappy group from the Heaven Fiends sect. The more mystic martial doors Li Fuchen passed, the higher the price the Heaven Fiends sect had to pay if they wanted to touch him. If it was before, they were still lucky that Li Fuchen wasn't able to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. But now, there wasn't a single bit of luck left. After passing the 6th mystic martial door, one would definitely become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. This was the iron rule. On the main path, the 7th stone door appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The preeminent man suddenly shouted, "May I request for you to seal the 7th and 8th stone doors?" He felt that Li Fuchen had hopes of passing the 7th mystic martial door. But once the news of Li Fuchen passing the 7th mystic martial door got out, it would only be detrimental to him. For their own benefits, some of the sects would still take the risk out of desperation. What's more, the East Unicorn continent still had a few formidable reincarnation realm martial artists. If they could walk out of the mystic martial hidden domain without paying any price, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. But after paying the price, they didn't have the confidence to win. In short, it wasn't good to be too low profile, but it wasn't good to be too high profile either. He didn't wish for Li Fuchen to encounter any mishaps outside. The shadow that was guarding the mystic martial hidden domain seemed to have heard the preeminent man's voice. With a wave of his right hand, the 7th and 8th stone doors on the stone pillar on the left of the palace gate vanished. What is going on? Everyone didn't understand. Chapter 263. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed into the 7th stone door. The 7th stone door was called the Door of Earth. Each of the 8 mystic martial doors had a name. The first stone door was called the Door of Lake, the second stone door was called the Door of Mountain, followed by the Door of Fire, Door of Water, Door of Thunder, Door of Wind, Door of Earth, and Door of Heaven. The Door of Earth and Door of Heaven were also known as the Door of Heaven and Earth. Since ancient times, only a few individuals could pass through them. The space of the door of earth was a space of earth. Standing in this space of earth, Li Fuqian could feel a boundless energy enveloping him. His body gradually turned stiff and his thoughts started to turn unclear. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuqian's body was covered in stone and turned into a stone man, as though he had been through a lot of hardships. Inside the 8 abodes, the 8 mystic martial experts couldn't see the scene inside the door of earth. The 8 mystic martial doors might be called the 8 mystic martial doors, but in fact, they could only see the 6th mystic martial door. The door of earth and door of heaven were places that they couldn't step foot into, and were also places that other prodigies couldn't step foot into. The previous 3 prodigies that passed the 6th mystic martial door only relied on time to pass the 6th mystic martial door, hence, they didn't have the qualifications to enter the 7th mystic martial door. Perhaps after countless years, only Li Fuqian had the qualifications to enter the door of earth. I wonder what he will experience inside the door of earth? The white-haired elder asked curiously. The preeminent man said, the 8 mystic martial doors are formed by imitating the 8 Tao doors. The Tao doors are related to the secrets of heaven and earth, especially the door of heaven and earth, which is the beginning of heaven and earth. The 8 mystic martial doors might only be an imitation and don't even have a tiny bit of the essence, but it is still not to be underestimated. The door of earth will probably have some strange happenings and the fated opportunities within are not something we can pry into. Tao door, an existence of legends. It was said that if anyone could see the existence of the Tao door, they wouldn't be far from becoming a legend. Of course, legends were just legends and no one knew if the Tao door really existed. The moment he turned into a stone man, Li Fuqian felt his thoughts freezing. In an instant, he couldn't think or feel anymore. It was useless no matter how strong his spirit will was. Because the 8 mystic martial doors, the door of earth, involved a trace of the secrets of heaven and earth and wasn't something that the previous 6 stone doors could compare with. What Li Fuqian didn't know was that the moment he turned into a stone man, patterns started to extend on his body. These patterns looked a little like a tool pattern, and also a little like the circulation route of a cultivation technique. The speed at which the veined patterns spread was very slow. It took a full hour before they covered his entire body. In an instant, a heavy and majestic chi presence was emitted. It felt as though the stone man that Li Fuqian had turned into was heavier than a mountain and had a chi presence that was more vigorous than a lake. The entire space was centered around Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian didn't know what was happening to his body, but the golden amulet obviously knew. It slowly revolved, allowing the patterns to be carved into Li Fuqian's body. As time passed, the stone man gradually became modeled. Wind blade space. When the time came, Qi Yuye's body began to condense. Opening his eyes, Qi Yuye exudes indescribable domineering and arrogance. He had passed the 6th mystic martial door. This means that he is not weaker than the 3 king stars. In terms of innate potential, he stands at the top of the Eastern Lin continent. I should be the 4th to pass the 6th mystic martial door. A little over a year's time is sufficient for me to reach the pinnacle and compete with the 3 king stars. Qi Yuye's lips curled up as a smile of supremacy appeared on his face. A whirlwind door appeared and Qi Yuye stepped into it. When he reappeared, Qi Yuye had shifted out of the main path and appeared on a giant plaza. On the plaza, as long as one passed the 1st mystic martial door and above, they were all there and waiting. Qi Yuye is out. No wonder he is young Master Dragon's sword. From the looks of it, he seems to have passed the 6th mystic martial door. Incredible. Xiahou Shi passed the 5th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the 4th mystic martial expert. Qi Yuye will at least be accepted as a personal disciple by the 3rd mystic martial expert. There is even hope for the 2nd mystic martial expert to take a liking to him. This time, Su Muyu and Xiahou Shi also passed the 5th mystic martial door. I wonder which mystic martial expert will take a liking to the 2 of them. Seeing Qi Yuye, everyone was very envious. As compared to the Qi Yuye trio, they could only try their luck. If they had good luck, they might be accepted as a personal disciple. If they had ordinary luck, they could only become a right-in disciple. If they had bad luck, they shouldn't even think about becoming a right-in disciple. With results below the fourth mystic martial door, the mystic martial experts were very capricious in taking in right-in disciples. Some of them passed the third mystic martial door and they didn't take a liking to them. Some of them only passed the first mystic martial door but were taken a liking to them. It seemed like it depended on their performance in a certain door. Did he pass the sixth mystic martial door? Su Muyu and Xiahou Shi looked at Qi Yuye. After experiencing the space of wind blades, the two of them knew the difficulty of passing the sixth mystic martial door. Young Master Dragon's Sword, Qi Yuye passing the sixth mystic martial door was more or less out of their expectations. With a faint smile on his face, Qi Yuye stood still and his eyes were brimming with vigor. Where is he? Qi Yuye swept a glance around and didn't find Li Fuchen. When venturing into the mystic martial hidden domain, as long as one passed the first mystic martial door, they would be able to stay temporarily. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wouldn't be expelled from the mystic martial hidden domain. Not out yet? Qi Yuye frowned. He already knew that as long as he persisted in the sixth mystic martial door for a period of time, he would be able to pass the sixth mystic martial door. According to the time, Li Fuchen was definitely in the space of wind blades inside the sixth mystic martial door. 1 hour later, Qi Yuye's expression was a little unpleasant. The longer the time, the higher the possibility of Li Fuchen passing the sixth mystic martial door. It was enough for him to pass the sixth mystic martial door alone and there wasn't a need for a second person. Especially when Li Fuchen was also a swordsman. 2 hours later, Qi Yuye's expression was gloomy like water. He was arrogant and didn't even put those people who were ranked in front of him on the stars ranking in his eyes. Only the 3 king stars could arouse his battle intent. In the space of the door of earth, crackle. The stone man that Li Fuchen turned into had a crack. Immediately after, there was a second crack, a third crack. In just a short moment, the surface of the stone man was covered in cracks. Fine stone shards were falling off and dissipating into nothingness. When the last piece of stone shard fell, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. What happened? Li Fuchen was very curious. In the space of the sixth mystic martial door's wind blades, he was still conscious. But in the space of the seventh mystic martial door's earth, he didn't have any consciousness at all. It was as though his entire body had sunk into the deepest level of sleep. Lowering his head, Li Fuchen suddenly realized that the surface of his palm had faint patterns. Removing the clothes in front of his chest, there were also patterns on his chest. These patterns. Li Fuchen was shocked. From the patterns, he could feel traces of tool pattern and at the same time, there was also the scent of the cultivation technique circulation route. Could it be an Earth-class body refinement technique? Earth-class body refinement techniques were very mystical. Li Fuchen had seen it in the records. There were some body refinement techniques that could forge the fleshly body like a weapon. It was indestructible and had boundless strength. At the same time, it could also give birth to body refinement intent. Chapter 264. An Earth-class body refinement technique isn't that easy to cultivate. Furthermore, I don't even know if it is an Earth-class body refinement technique. Letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen didn't know anything about the pattern on his body and could only make guesses. Furthermore, the pattern seemed to be embedded into his blood vessels and Li Fuchen wasn't able to study it. A stone door appeared and Li Fuchen walked in. He didn't move to the plaza and appeared on the Mystic Martial Avenue. In front of him was the 8th Mystic Martial Door, the Door of Heaven. He passed. The 8 Mystic Martial experts took in a cold breath. Even though they predicted that Li Fuchen had a high chance of passing the 7th Mystic Martial Door, the Door of Earth, they were still shocked when Li Fuchen actually passed. After all, ever since they arrived at the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, no one had passed the Door of Earth. No, that wasn't right. No one had passed the door of earth. Li Fuchen was the first to enter the door of earth and also the first to pass the door of earth. What the 8 of them didn't know was that as long as one entered the door of earth, they would be able to pass the door of earth. 8th Mystic Martial Door, Door of Heaven. Li Fuchen's eyes were burning as he stared at the door of heaven. With a flash, Li Fuchen stepped into the door of heaven. Boom! In the next moment, Li Fuchen was blasted out. His left hand was trembling and at the center of his palm, there was a deep imprint. This imprint was as unfathomable as the heaven Tao. When compared to the pattern that Li Fuchen obtained from the door of earth, it was like comparing heaven and earth. But the imprint vanished quickly and couldn't be felt anymore. It was as though it never existed. Imprint of heaven, pattern of earth. What exactly are they? Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to calm himself down. Inside the door of heaven was a boundless starry sky. But it was different from the peaceful Star Road hidden domain. The starry sky inside the door of heaven was filled with danger. Just as Li Fuchen entered, there was a ray of light that shot at him. Li Fuchen was only able to lift his left hand before he was blasted out of the door of heaven. He was blasted out. The 8 mystic martial experts were puzzled. After entering the door of mystic martial, one would either fail and be teleported out of the mystic martial Tao or pass it. Li Fuchen was blasted out. It seems like he didn't pass the door. The preeminent man said. On the plaza, a figure's figure. It was Li Fuchen is out. Damn, he has stayed on the mystic martial path for so long. I wonder how many mystic martial doors he passed. At least the 5th mystic martial door. I wonder if he passed the 6th mystic martial door. Everyone was discussing and staring at Li Fuchen with curiosity. How many mystic martial doors did you pass? Rain transmitted a message using her true energy. Li Fuchen was startled before replying, 6th mystic martial door. He hadn't known Rain for long, there was no need for him to tell her the truth. Su Muyu stared closely at Li Fuchen. Why did she feel that Li Fuchen was lying? He passed the 6th mystic martial door later than me. His results shouldn't be as good as mine. Qi Yuye thought so. Although he was a little unhappy before, now that things had come to this, what he really cared about was which mystic martial expert would accept him as a personal disciple. His target was naturally the 1st and 2nd mystic martial artists. The 3rd mystic martial artist was his bottom line. As expected of the prey that I have set my eyes on. I wonder how much luck will descend upon me after I kill him. Xiahou Shi licked his lips as killing intent flashed in his eyes. In front of the square, there were 8 stone platforms. Swish 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 swish, 8 figures descended from the sky and landed on the stone platforms. The 2 in the middle were naturally the 1st and 2nd mystic martial experts, the preeminent man and the white-haired elder. First, it was the confirmation of right-in disciples. The others were still fine as they accepted right-in disciples who passed the 1st and 2nd mystic martial doors. When it came to the white-haired elder, his target was obviously the 3 individuals who passed the 3rd mystic martial door. In this mystic martial hidden domain, only 9 individuals passed the 3rd mystic martial door, 6 passed the 4th mystic martial door, 4 passed the 5th mystic martial door, and 2 passed the 6th mystic martial door. Among the 3 individuals, 2 of them agreed to become the white-haired elder's right-in disciples. The right-in disciple of the 2nd mystic martial expert was rather decent. Most importantly, they didn't have confidence in themselves. If they rejected the white-haired elder and weren't able to become the personal disciple of the other mystic martial experts, it would be a huge loss for them. In fact, the 3 of them didn't know that the 8 mystic martial experts had already discussed in secret. As long as the personal disciples that they had set their eyes on, they wouldn't accept them as right-in disciples. It also meant that the 3 individuals that the white-haired elder picked were destined to never become the personal disciple of any of the mystic martial experts. After the white-haired elder finished his selection, it was the preeminent man's turn. The preeminent man took in the remaining one as his right-in disciple. That person hesitated for a moment before agreeing. His result was only the third mystic martial door. He might have performed outstandingly, but he didn't have any confidence in becoming the personal disciple of any of the mystic martial experts. As such, apart from those who weren't chosen, only Li Fuchen's group of 6 were left. Li Fuchen's group of 6 had all passed the fourth mystic martial door. If there weren't any accidents, they would basically become the personal disciples of the mystic martial experts. The only difference was which mystic martial expert would accept them as a personal disciple. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? The first to speak was the 8th mystic martial expert, the skinny man, as he spoke to Han Feng. I am willing. Han Feng wasn't willing, but he had no choice but to accept. He swore to himself, the mystic martial hidden domain doesn't mean anything. There are some things that the mystic martial hidden domain can't detect. I don't believe that my achievements will be inferior to others. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? The 6th mystic martial expert, the stalwart man, asked Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi was stunned. He had passed the 5th mystic martial door and was actually the second to be chosen. It was fine if Li Fuchen, Qi Yuye, and Su Muyu were ranked in front of him, but even Li Xiangru who passed the 4th mystic martial door was ranked in front of him. Why? But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept. I am willing. Xiahou Shi replied. The stalwart man nodded. Xiahou Shi's burst of strength was rather outstanding and was rather suitable for him. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? The 5th mystic martial expert, the middle-aged beauty, asked Li Xiangru. Li Xiangru's results were actually very outstanding and she could see that Li Xiangru only had the sword in his heart. Such a person would usually be able to achieve great results. I am willing. Li Xiangru had a normal expression and didn't have a trace of fluctuation in his emotions. Interesting. The middle-aged beauty revealed a smile. Next up was Su Muyu. The one who asked her was the 3rd mystic martial expert, the man with phoenix eyes. Su Muyu naturally agreed. Is it first or second? Qi Yuye's eyes flickered with a strange light. Since the 3rd mystic martial expert didn't choose him, then the 1st or 2nd mystic martial expert would definitely choose him. As for failing to be chosen, it was impossible. He had passed the 6th mystic martial door and if he wasn't able to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, then this mystic martial hidden domain was just a place to fish for fame and it wasn't worth it for him to stay. You are barely qualified to be my personal disciple. As expected, the white-haired elder smiled and said to Qi Yuye. Qi Yuye will not disappoint you. Qi Yuye spoke with respect and confidence. The white-haired elder laughed and didn't say anything else as he looked at Li Fuchen. It wasn't just the white-haired elder, the rest of the mystic martial experts had also looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was the most terrifying monster in this era. He had passed the 7th mystic martial door and entered the 8th mystic martial door, the door of heaven. Just by hearing of his results, it was enough to shock everyone. When compared to him, even Qi Yuye was overshadowed. You are more than qualified to be my personal disciple, if you are willing. The preeminent man spoke. When he spoke, everyone was shocked and went silent. Chapter 265. More than enough to be the 1st mystic martial expert's personal disciple. Everyone was flabbergasted. Qi Yuye had also passed the 6th mystic martial door, but he was barely qualified to be the 2nd mystic martial expert's personal disciple. But Li Fuchen, who also passed the 6th mystic martial door, could be the 1st mystic martial expert's personal disciple and was more than enough. As for whether Li Fuchen passed the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth, no one thought about it. From their point of view, this was something impossible. Because no one had done it before. I reckon that his performance in one of the doors is heaven-defying, therefore, the 1st mystic martial expert took a fancy to him. Someone guessed. Perhaps the direction of his innate talents is extremely suitable for the 1st mystic martial expert. I am afraid it isn't just like that. The first mystic martial expert said that he was more than enough, and it definitely isn't to this extent. I reckon that among the 6 doors, he should have 2 or 3 doors that are heaven-defying. Everyone was making their own guesses. Creak. Qi Yuye clenched his fist tightly while his eyes were filled with intense anger. He was the first to pass the 6th mystic martial door but was only chosen by the 2nd mystic martial expert, and it was barely. Li Fuqin came out after him and was instead chosen by the 1st mystic martial expert, who said that Li Fuqin was more than enough to be his personal disciple. He who was as arrogant as a monarch couldn't tolerate such treatment. I am not convinced. Qi Yuye spoke in a grave and stern voice. The preeminent man looked over. What are you not convinced about? I don't think I am inferior to him, and I am the first person to pass the 6th mystic martial door. Qi Yuye argued. He entered the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth. The preeminent man didn't say that Li Fuqin passed the door of earth, but said that he entered it. Li Fuqin was astonished as he thought that the preeminent man would say his results. He might have been prepared, but he didn't intend to expose it in his heart. He didn't expect for the preeminent man to help him conceal his true results and only said that he entered the door of earth. Entered the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth? Qi Yuye's eyes shrank. Hearing the statement, everyone was shocked too. It turned out that Qi Yuye's results weren't number 1. Li Fuqin was number 1. The reason why Li Fuqin came out after Qi Yuye was because he entered the 7th mystic martial door. The door of earth was delayed. The first person to enter the door of earth? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. This result didn't just surpass Qi Yuye, it also surpassed the 3 individuals who passed the 6th mystic martial door in the past. In terms of innate potential, he was above the 3 king stars and stood at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. He is my Azure Water Sect's disciple. Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng were stunned. Before entering the mystic martial hidden domain, the 2 of them thought that Li Fuqin was blindly confident. The truth told them that Li Fuqin was already very low profile. Becoming a direct disciple of an ordinary mystic martial expert and becoming a direct disciple of the 1st mystic martial expert were 2 different concepts. In the past, none of the 3 individuals who passed the 6th mystic martial door became the 1st or 2nd mystic martial expert's personal disciple. Is this a true monster? Xue Feng was speechless. As an Azure Water Sect disciple, he was very clear about Li Fuqin's background. Li Fuqin was just a 1-star bone frame, but along the way, he had already broken countless conventions and shocked countless people. Who would have thought that the same thing would happen in the realm of 100 battles? Interesting. I am looking forward to the stars ranking tournament 1 year later. Rain stared at Li Fuqin's figure and let out a faint smile. As a 6-star bone frame, her greatest reliance was herself. The Star Road Hidden Domain, Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, and the others were just fated encounters. Even without these fated encounters, she was confident that she could stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. Right now, she was just lacking in fated encounters and it didn't have much of an impact on her. Interesting. Xiahou Shi grinned and sneered. The same words from different mouths had entirely different meanings. When it came from Su Muyu's mouth, it was a kind of fighting spirit. But when it came from Xiahou Shi's mouth, it was a dense murderous intent. An undeserved reputation will only bring about one's own destruction. Xiahou Shi spoke in a soft voice. After getting the reply from the 1st mystic martial expert, Qi Yuye didn't speak anymore. What else could he say? He only passed the 6th mystic martial door, but Li Fuqin didn't just pass the 6th mystic martial door, he even had the qualifications to enter the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth. But someone as prideful as him wouldn't admit defeat. He would only admit that he wasn't considered perfect, but he was definitely strong enough. At least the current Li Fuqin wasn't as good as him. In the years to come, he would always maintain this advantage and wouldn't let his opponent catch up or even surpass him. Slowly letting out a breath, Qi Yuye didn't speak anymore. His eyes turned even sharper and emitted a domineering chi field. The white-haired elder nodded silently. Those who could pass the sixth mystic martial door weren't reckless individuals. If Qi Yuye continued to pester him, he would look down on Qi Yuye. But Qi Yuye didn't pester him, nor was he discouraged. His spirit will was still tyrannical and extraordinary. There were all kinds of flowers, just as there were all kinds of people. Some had indifferent personalities. Some had a fiery mood. Some were tyrannical. Some were ruthless. Some were benevolent. There wasn't any difference in personality, but the true difference was in one's temperament. It was obvious that Qi Yuye might be arrogant, domineering, and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but his temperament was absolutely perfect and wouldn't do anything irrational. As the write-in and personal disciples were all chosen, those who weren't chosen were immediately transferred out of the mystic martial hidden domain. "Follow me," the preeminent man said to Li Fuqin and another youth. This youth was the write-in disciple of the preeminent man. Yes. The two of them nodded and followed the preeminent man. With a wave of the hand, a ray of light enveloped Li Fuqin and the youth. The three of them instantly appeared in a mountain. This mountain was the cultivation ground of the preeminent man. First mountain. Outside the hidden domain. They are out. They are out. As some of the failed candidates were transferred out of the hidden domain, it was bustling outside. "What's the situation inside?" someone inquired. The failed candidates spoke bitterly. Qi Yuye was accepted as a personal disciple by the second mystic martial expert. That Li Fuqin was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. According to the first mystic martial expert, Li Fuqin didn't just pass the sixth mystic martial door, he even entered the seventh mystic martial door, the door of earth. Everyone was stunned by this person's tireless explanation. Entered the door of earth? Became the personal disciple of the first mystic martial expert. This was too exaggerated. Back then, even the three king stars didn't do it. Why was he able to do it? The eyes of the Heaven Fiend sect's members shrank. They didn't expect Li Fuqin's results to be so astounding. Could it be that the Heaven Fiend sect couldn't do anything to him? The first and second mystic martial experts were the true pinnacle experts of the East Unicorn continent. Their weight wasn't something that other mystic martial experts could compare with. Could the Heaven Fiend sect afford to offend Li Fuqin? If the mystic martial experts didn't care about the cost and were determined to make a move on the Heaven Fiend sect, who could save the Heaven Fiend sect? This matter needs to be discussed at length. It is best for us to return and report to the sect patriarch. One of the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect elders spoke bitterly. The palace doors slowly closed, and the next time it opened, it was another 3 months later. On the peak of the mountain, everyone didn't wish to stay and had dispersed. Chapter 266. First Mountain. In the hall of the first cave abode. The preeminent man might only have one personal disciple, Li Fuqin, but he had plenty of write-in disciples. Apart from those that were in seclusion, the rest of the write-in disciples were waiting in the cave dwelling's main hall. There were a total of 7 of them. From now on, he will be your eldest senior brother. The preeminent man went straight to the point and pointed at Li Fuqin. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Under the gaze of the handsome man, no one dared to be presumptuous, even though they didn't really care. Li Fuqin's expression remained the same. He could see hostility and contempt in their eyes. Indeed, innate talent and potential were a relatively illusory thing. Strength was the unchanging truth. Your talent and potential will only make others jealous and unconvinced. But if you were strong, others would be jealous of you, but they would be even more afraid of you. The 3 kings were ranked top 3 on the star leaderboard, but was everyone convinced? Not necessarily. It was unknown how many people wanted to take down the 3 king stars. Hence, Li Fuqin's heart was very clear. He was very clear that innate potential represented the future, while ability represented the present. The future was unpredictable, but the present was real. If you wanted others to respect you and not dare to touch you, you had to convince them with your strength. It was impossible for everyone to respect you just because you passed the 7th mystic martial door and had the number 1 innate potential in the mystic martial hidden domain. I reckon that someone will take the opportunity to challenge me in the near future. Li Fuchen thought to himself. All of you can leave. The handsome man waved his hand. As for the nominal disciples, he would teach them when he was in the mood. Usually, he would let them fend for themselves. Hearing what was said, apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else retreated, including the youth who just became the preeminent man's right-in disciple. What's your name? The handsome man asked. Li Fuchen replied, reporting to master, disciple Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, huh? The preeminent man laughed, good name. A name was also a part of one's destiny. Li Fuchen's name was indeed a good one. The pretty-looking man continued, you're very lucky. Sword Dao is my main martial Dao. In this aspect, I can give you the best advice. Each of the 8 mystic martial artists was good at one skill. The first and second mystic martial artists were good at Sword Dao. Of course, there were still differences between the Sword Dao. Some Sword Daos were transcendent and unrestrained. Some Sword Daos were upright and righteous. Some Sword Daos were ruthless and heartless. Some Sword Daos reigned supreme, such as the Monarch Sword Daos. Some Sword Daos were unbridled and did not differentiate between good and evil. There were many types of Sword Daos, and they varied from person to person. The preeminent man's Sword Dao was the first type of Sword Dao, the transcendent Sword Dao. Li Fuchen nodded, he did feel a trace of sword intent from the preeminent man. The handsome man said, let me ask you, what is the Sword Dao? Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said, using the sword to kill is the Sword Dao. Isn't it a little too simple? The handsome man questioned. Li Fuchen said, the simplest is also the most realistic. If the sword can't be used to kill, then it can't be called the Sword Dao. At least, it isn't a complete Sword Dao. The pretty-looking man laughed, indeed, swords are used to kill. What if there is no sword? Sword of creation. Li Fuchen's answer wasn't the result of deep deliberations, but his personal understanding. Right now, he wasn't studying and didn't have to be meticulous. He just had to follow his heart. The pretty-looking man sized up Li Fuchen, you are very suitable for my Sword Dao. A sword is used to kill, but a sword isn't just a sword. Everything in the world can become a sword. The difference lies in the user. Take a tree branch for example. In the hands of a swordsman, it is actually a sword. Follow me. The pretty-looking man waved his hand and a mysterious energy enveloped the two of them. When they appeared again, the two of them were already at the peak of an uninhabited mountain peak. The trees on the peak were sparse and the gale was biting cold. When the two of them landed, their clothes were instantly blown up by the wind. The pretty-looking man said, the 8 mystic martial doors might seem to test many qualities, but these qualities can actually be reflected in the sword moves. The first mystic martial door tests chi control. The second mystic martial door tests basic strength and spirit will. The third mystic martial door tests strength burst and spirit will. The fourth mystic martial door tests reaction speed and awareness. The fifth mystic martial door tests creativity. The sixth mystic martial door tests primal willpower. The seventh mystic martial door is something only you know. Picking up a withered tree branch from the ground, the pretty-looking man said, watch carefully. As he spoke, there was a weak chi circulating in his body. From the chi presence, it was probably only at the origin realm. PFFF. The pretty-looking man thrust the withered tree branch forward. Li Fuchen couldn't even see the trajectory of the pretty-looking man's attack. He could only see a huge tree on the peak being instantly pierced. It wasn't just once, but countless times. Crash! The huge tree crumbled. Such a terrifying sword move. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. From this sword move, he saw many things. His opponent's chi was obviously only at the origin realm, but he utilized it perfectly without a trace of wastage. His opponent's basic strength didn't have a trace of fluctuation from start to end and was extremely stable. His opponent's burst of strength was stacked layer by layer, getting more and more horrifying. His opponent's reaction speed and awareness was needless to say. In short, from this sword move, Li Fuchen saw many unfamiliar domains. There were probably many that he couldn't see. The pretty-looking man looked at Li Fuchen and said, "If you can grasp 10% of this sword move's maturity, comprehending a mystic class high-tier sword intent will be easy. 20% of it will be enough for you to comprehend a mystic class peak-tier sword intent." "This is an earth-class sword move?" Li Fuchen asked. The stronger the sword move, the higher the requirement for various aspects. Limited by his cultivation level and cultivation time, he had yet to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent, Blaze Devil sword intent. But just like what his opponent said, once he grasped 10% of this sword move's maturity, he would be able to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent in advance. The pretty-looking man said, "This is a casual sword move of mine, but I have already comprehended an earth-class sword intent. Therefore, this casual sword move can also be called an earth-class sword move." Earth-class sword intent, huh? Li Fuchen initially thought that the 8 mystic martial experts were only reincarnation realm martial artists, but now he knew he was wrong. The 8 mystic martial experts should be existences that surpassed reincarnation realm martial artists. But due to the restrictions of the mystic martial hidden domain, they weren't able to utilize their strongest ability after exiting. Apart from that, every time they exited, they would need to pay a huge price. Otherwise, just this Earth-class sword move would be enough to instantly kill any expert in the East Unicorn continent. If the Star Road hidden domain was helpful for cultivation, then the mystic martial hidden domain would be helpful for martial arts. Both of them were internal and external, both were indispensable. It isn't possible for you to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent in a short period of time. My first goal for you is to create a sufficiently formidable mystic class mid-tier kill move. The pretty-looking man knew that it was too difficult for Li Fuchen to directly comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Chapter 267. For the following period of time, Li Fuchen spent most of his time on creating kill moves. If it was before, he could only create a killer move with about the same power as before. But now, with the guidance of the handsome man, his path of creating killer moves was much broader, and he started to pay attention to some details. For example, his control over his true chi, his basic strength, and his explosive strength. He also started to pay more attention to his spirit will, making his moves more murderous. Apart from that, Li Fuchen felt that his mystic class mid-tier sword intent was also rapidly increasing and was gradually approaching the mystic class high-tier sword intent. The second mountain. The white-haired old man will point to Qi Yuye every few days. Qi Yuye's realm is high, and with the guidance of the white-haired old man, it is not 1,000 miles in a day, at least it is a rapid progress. My way of the sword is the overlord way of the sword. It is very similar to your monarch way of the sword. I'll give you a few words. You can think about them when you have nothing to do. The white-haired old man said, "The monarch way of the sword is to control the way of the sword. Everything must be under control, even the sword in your hand. So, you must have a monarch heart of the sword. You must look down on your opponent when you act, but you must think highly of them. When you can control the sword in your hand one day, your battle strength will undergo an earth-shattering change." Emperor Sword Heart. Qi Yuye carefully aftertaste. The white-haired old man continued, "There are countless geniuses in the world, but there will always be some geniuses who fade into the crowd. It's precisely because they don't understand the path they want to walk. Talent and potential are only the lowest standard of success. Relying on talent and potential alone won't allow one to walk faster or further. Only by having a strong heart can one become a true expert. With that, the white-haired old man floated away. Although Qi Yuye's innate potential is barely enough to be his pro-disciple, but since it is accepted, it is natural to teach, and he does not think that innate potential represents everything. If talent and potential represented everything, then this world would be too boring. Fate was not that simple. Monarch Sword Heart. Qi Yuye's eyes bloomed with the light of the emperor. He clenched his fists and said, "My sword, to surpass everything in the world, so that it can be worthy of the emperor's sword Dao." The third mountain. The man with phoenix eyes was also giving pointers to Rain. In his view, Su Muyu is not inferior to Qi Yuye. The only thing he lacked was his age and experience. If Rain was to attempt the mystic martial hidden domain a few more years later, passing the sixth mystic martial door wouldn't be a difficult task. The mystic martial hidden domain was said to be fair, but there were actually areas where it was unfair. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Because sometimes, fair is unfair. Of course, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, achieving such accomplishments at the age of 20. Su Muyu, I might only be ranked third among the mystic martial experts, but as long as your innate potential isn't bad, I am confident that your improvement speed won't be any slower than anyone else. Perhaps apart from that Li Fuchen. The man with the phoenix eyes spoke confidently. His confidence stemmed from his understanding of Rain. This woman's understanding of martial arts was too deep, and she could often deduce many things from one instance. Thank you, Master, Muyu will work hard. Su Muyu is also very confident in her perception. Her spirit will and cultivation base may not be as good as Qi Yuye for the time being, but martial art perception is not worse than the other. To Li Fuchen, creating a kill move was either easy or difficult. It depended on what kind of killer move he wanted to create. Was it an ordinary killer move or a terrifying killer move? Obviously, creating an ordinary killer move was an insult to the master, so what Li Fuchen wanted to create was an absolutely terrifying killer move. The power of the killer move must at least surpass Li Fuchen's first killer move, Sword Flow. And this time to create a killer move, Li Fuchen does not intend to mix two sword intents. One sword intent is enough. He chose Starfire Sword Intent. Starfire Sword Intent is an explosive sword intent. As long as Li Fuchen's creativity is strong enough, he can create an extremely powerful killer move, a killer move beyond sword flow. Break. Holding a withered branch, Li Fuchen stabbed at the opposite boulder. Puff, the withered branch was not completely stabbed out, it exploded out of thin air and burned to ashes. No. True spirit control and power outburst are not perfect enough. Li Fuchen shook his head. He has controlled true spirit to the Qi realm level, but still can't stab with a withered branch. Killer move, the power is very terrifying, so the details are also very high. The requirements of the handsome man is to use the origin realm level of true spirit to launch a killer move with a withered branch. If the killer move can be successfully executed, it will be considered a success, otherwise it will be an incomplete killer move. Li Fuchen can't even execute a killer move with Qi realm level of true spirit, let alone origin realm level. The reason is simple. If one's Qi control isn't enough, it will easily leak out. Once leaked, it will shatter the withered branch. Other than that, the power outburst isn't perfect either. When the handsome man executed his move with the withered branch, the power was bursting out layer by layer, not all at once. Even though the withered branch would still shatter afterwards, but that is a matter for the future. Time passed quickly. 1 week later, break. Controlling true spirit to the Qi realm level, Li Fuchen wielded the withered branch and violently stabbed at the boulder. Bang! The boulder shattered, followed by the withered branch. Finally there is some progress. Li Fuchen let out a breath. In the first abode, the handsome man let out a smile when he saw this scene. Li Fuchen's perception is too strong to actually be able to achieve this with an explosive sword intent. There are millions of sword intents, some of them are hard to control, like Li Fuchen's star fire sword intent. If it was a yin and soft sword intent, it would be much easier to control. Another 3 days passed. Li Fuchen was now able to shatter the boulder without damaging the withered branch. Next, I can use the Qi of the Origin Realm. The Qi of the Origin Realm was too domineering. When complemented with the kill move, the withered branch would explode with a single move. But this wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't lack perception, he only lacked Sword Dao foundation and time. With the guidance of the handsome man, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was rapidly increasing. With the increase in Sword Dao foundation, perfecting the kill move became smoother and smoother. On this day, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The withered branch in Li Fuchen's hand was mediocre and didn't leak a trace of qi. Burst. When the withered branch thrust out, there was a continuous flash of mirage in the air, giving off a shocking feeling of explosive power. Boom! The boulder shattered, even the surface of the ground was shattered, but the withered branch in Li Fuchen's hand was undamaged. The second kill move is finally completed. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with a terrifying radiance. After spending a month, he finally created the second kill move. This kill move was extremely ferocious and violent, it utilized the characteristics of the star fire sword intent to the extremity. The crucial point was that this kill move wasn't a disorderly violent one, but an orderly violent one. The power was more reserved and more condensed. The second kill move shall be called Sword Explosion. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Chapter 268. Not bad, not bad. This kill move is even more tyrannical than I imagined. It was unknown when the preeminent man appeared behind Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen turned around and cupped his fist, Master. The preeminent man nodded, but it is still not enough. Next, I want you to create an even stronger kill move. Just a little bit stronger won't do. It has to be half a level stronger and be close to a mystic class high-tier sword art. Half a level stronger. Close to a mystic class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His first kill move was already much stronger than a regular person and its power was 130% of the Blaze Devil Sword Art's power. The second move was 30% stronger than the first move and was 170% of the Blaze Devil Sword Art's power. If the third move was half a level stronger, it would at least be 30% stronger than the second move. As such, the power would be at least 2 times stronger than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. Of course, the current Blaze Devil Sword Art had yet to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent and was only at the perfection stage. Once the Blaze Devil Sword intent was comprehended, no matter how incredible a mystic class mid-tier kill move was, it wouldn't be comparable to the Blaze Devil Sword Art. Unless the mystic class mid-tier kill move could break through to a mystic class high-tier kill move. Why? You can't do it? The preeminent man asked. Li Fuchen replied, I can. In his dictionary, there wasn't such a word that couldn't be done. If he had more time, he would be able to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent too. It is good that you can do it. The preeminent man laughed. He was trying to force out Li Fuchen's potential bit by bit. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's potential wasn't fully stimulated. In fact, basically no one would be able to fully stimulate their potential. They would need to go through all sorts of tempering and desperate situations. This was also the reason why there were people with the same bone frame, but there were people who had such great accomplishments. When creating the third kill move, I can try using the rotating flow sword intent. Li Fuchen had the framework of the kill move in his mind. When Li Fuchen was concentrating on creating the third kill move, some of the right-in disciples under the preeminent man couldn't wait any longer. Eldest Shixiang, Qing Shixiang invites you for a meeting. On this day, a right-in disciple came to Li Fuchen's sword practice spot. What is it? Li Fuchen knew who this senior Qing was. Among the right-in disciples under the number 1 mystic martial expert, most of them passed the 3rd mystic martial door, but there were 2 who passed the 4th mystic martial door, and one of them was Qin Guangjie. Qin Guangjie was the number 1 direct disciple of the Long River Sword sect, but he was slightly younger than the number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, Lu Yun. He was ranked 60th on the stars ranking and had extremely formidable strength. Everyone is under master's tutelage. It is natural for us to drink and deepen our relationship. Eldest Shixiang wouldn't refuse, right? This person stared at Li Fuqin with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Li Fuqin nodded lightly. You go first. I'll be right there. How could he not know that this was a challenge from a nominal disciple? The status of personal disciple and in-name disciple could be determined with just a word from the master. If master wants you to become a personal disciple, you can naturally become a personal disciple. If he wants you to become an in-name disciple, you can only become an in-name disciple. If Li Fuqin was a right-in disciple, he might also challenge a personal disciple. Perhaps, after defeating a personal disciple, he might catch the eye of his master and become a personal disciple. When Li Fuqin arrived at the gathering location, there were already 9 right-in disciples waiting there. The leader of the right-in disciples had a medium build and looked extremely fit. His eyes had a chilling intent. Qin Guangjie, the number 1 direct disciple of the Long River Sword sect. He was at the 9th level of the Earth realm and had become a right-in disciple under the number 1 mystic martial expert over 10 months ago. The rules of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain stated that after staying in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain for a year, one would have to leave the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain and was not allowed to return. In less than 2 months, Qin Guangjie would have to leave. Before leaving, he wanted to become the personal disciple of the number 1 Mystic Martial expert. By then, he would have a backer in the outside world. He wasn't satisfied with just relying on the Long River Sword sect. Li Fuqin, you are here. Qin Guangjie addressed Li Fuqin by his name and didn't address him as eldest Shixiang. Li Fuqin didn't mind and found a seat to sit down. Who wants to challenge me? Come at me directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Li Fuqin didn't have time to waste with these people. If he had the time, he might as well research on his 3rd kill move. Qin Guangjie laughed. We naturally have to spar. But Qin Guangjie, isn't someone who doesn't understand etiquette. Let's drink first. Sure. Drinking wouldn't take up too much time, hence Li Fuqin agreed. After 3 rounds of drinking, under the influence of alcohol, everyone's battle intent was elevated. Eldest Shixiang, Lang Tao would like to experience your brilliant moves. A youth with long arms and long legs stood out with sharp eyes. Please. Li Fuqin stood up too. Qin Guangjie said, for fairness, everyone shall fight within the restriction array. The gathering location wasn't an ordinary place. At the side, there was a restriction array. The so-called restriction array was an array that restricted qi cultivation. This restriction array would restrict everyone's cultivation to the qi realm. As such, everyone would be able to utilize the same qi cultivation and could only rely on their moves to determine the victor. Without relying on the restriction array, everyone might be able to control their qi cultivation. But in a moment of desperation, not many of them could truly control their qi cultivation. If they didn't control it well, there might be casualties. This wasn't what Qin Guangjie wanted to see. Entering the restriction array, Li Fuqin felt that his qi cultivation was fixed at the 9th level of the qi realm and couldn't be increased anymore. He had a feeling that even if he executed the mystical dragon secret technique or the primary clear hand, he wouldn't be able to increase his qi cultivation. What a mystical array! Li Fuqin finally witnessed the mysticism of the mystic martial hidden domain. Just this restriction array alone wasn't something a regular sect could possess. Even the elite forces of the East Unicorn continent wouldn't have it. Inside the restriction array, Lang Tao and Li Fuqin stood 10 meters apart. Eldest Shixiang, be careful. Lang Tao drew his long sword and a sharp sword intent surged out. Even though he was only a right-in disciple, Lang Tao had received numerous pointers from the preeminent man. His sword skills progressed at a godly speed, and at the same time, he created his second kill move. Just come at me. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent. Wind sword strangulation. Lang Tao immediately executed his kill move. This was his first kill move, which he created outside. Its power was much stronger than a mystic class, mid-tier sword art. This move was just a test. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could defeat Li Fuchen with this move. Propelled by the chi of the chi realm, the long sword was like a violent gale, strangling towards Li Fuchen. Bring out your true ability. Executing the Blaze Devil sword art, he casually used his blade to disperse his opponent's kill move, forcing him to take a few steps back. His opponent's kill move was too weak, even the Blaze Devil sword art was slightly inferior. Good. Kill of wind. Lang Tao took a deep breath and his eyes turned extremely sharp. The long sword in his hand seemed to turn into a storm as it violently attacked at Li Fuchen. In that instant, the violent killing chi was enough to cause one's heart to tremble. Too weak. Li Fuchen didn't even need to execute his kill move. He executed the Blaze Devil sword art and thrusted. The seemingly terrifying storm instantly dissipated. This blade went straight for the opponent's flaw, there wasn't a need for a kill move to deal with it. Relying on a mystic class, high-tier sword art. Chen Guangjie's eyes narrowed. Chapter 269. Subsequently, there were a few right-in disciples who challenged Li Fuchen, but none of them were able to force Li Fuchen to use his kill move. Li Fuchen, let's fight. Chen Guangjie's expression was much more serious than before. He had to admit that Li Fuchen wasn't easy to deal with. He could only hope that Li Fuchen didn't have the time to study his kill move. Inside the restriction array formation, Chen Guangjie roared and activated his first killer move. For a moment, the sword will and sword energy surged. Bang! Chen Guangjie retreated rapidly. His first killing move was not stronger than Lang Tao's second killing move. It was just that his battle awareness and techniques were much higher than Lang Tao's. However, all of this was useless. In the restriction array, Li Fuchen didn't think he would lose to anyone. Even if it was a weak move, he could still play a great role. Chen Guangjie's expression was unsightly as he quickly used his second killer move. Bang! Chen Guangjie retreated again. This time, everyone's expression changed. Killer moves of the same power would have completely different effects when used by different people. Chen Guangjie's second kill move didn't just have overwhelming power, his combat awareness and combat skills were also superior to everyone. But in the hands of Li Fuchen, he actually retreated after a single strike and didn't have any room to turn back. Sweeping Shadow. Chen Guangjie roared as his third killer move erupted. This move was like a shadow flashing out with a speed as fast as lightning. And this was the chi propulsion of the chi realm. If it was the chi propulsion of the earth realm, the speed would be unbelievably fast. This move is not bad. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Among all the martial arts in the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely strong. No matter how exquisite your martial arts were, he would be able to find the flaws. But if your martial arts were fast, Li Fuchen's awareness would be able to display a lesser effect. A pity that it wasn't fast enough, at least it didn't exceed Li Fuchen's reaction limit. Li Fuchen's sword collided with the sword shadow. Zeng! Dazzling sparks flew, Chen Guangjie's killer move was diverted. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's sword was pointing at Chen Guangjie's throat. You lost. Li Fuchen said indifferently. In a battle of the same realm, he did not even need to use his killer move. Back at the Autumn Rain Tea Party, Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai were only able to contest with him because of their cultivation levels. If their cultivation levels were the same, Li Fuchen would also need a single sword to defeat them. I lost just like that. Chen Guangjie's mind was a little dizzy. He couldn't imagine that the gap between him and Li Fuchen was so huge, it was simply outrageous. If he had a killer move, wouldn't the difference be even greater? If he had a killer move, the difference would be even greater. The rest of the right-hand disciples looked at Li Fuchen with a different expression. A personal disciple was indeed a personal disciple. Master's standards were indeed very high. A bunch of idiots. In the cave, the handsome man shook his head and sneered. When the right-hand disciples challenged Li Fuchen, he didn't stop them. He wanted to use this opportunity to show these people the difference between them and a true prodigy. He wanted them to be more grounded and not be overly confident. Li Fuchen, S. Feng, Li Fuchen, S. the Fuha, Fuchen, S. Li, S. Tian, kill. If I want to create the third killer move, does the rotating flow sword intent have to reach the level of a high-rank profound class sword intent first? On this day, Li Fuchen muttered to himself. Your thinking is wrong. The preeminent man appeared behind Li Fuchen. Master. Li Fuchen turned around and cupped his fist. The preeminent man said, sword intent is the essence of sword techniques and sword moves, but the sword moves themselves are also very promising. If sword intent is compared to a human spirit, then sword moves are the human body. A strong spirit can indeed make a person extraordinary, but if the body is equally strong, wouldn't that be even better? The handsome man said slowly. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. His master's words were naturally correct. Take the Flaming Devil Sword art for example. Even if the Flaming Devil Sword art had not reached the trance stage, the power of the Flaming Devil Sword art would still be stronger than a profound rank mid-tier sword art that had comprehended the sword intent. This was precisely because the moves of a profound rank high-tier sword art were powerful. If you want to comprehend high-rank profound rank sword intent as soon as possible, then you'll first have to create a sufficiently powerful sword technique. If the sword technique sword intent is powerful, then the sword technique itself must be powerful as well. The preeminent man said slowly. Yes, master. Li Fuchen nodded. 1 month later. On the peak. Li Fuchen wielded the withered tree branch and slashed in the air. In an instant, there was a faint circular shadow that appeared. Bang! The withered tree branch exploded. There are some signs now. Li Fuchen was in a good mood as he continued his research. The rotating flow sword intent required the sword move to have a rotation technique. How to make the rotation speed faster was the crux of the third kill move. According to Li Fuchen's conjecture, if the rotation speed was fast enough, even a stream of water would be able to cut steel. Another half a month had passed. Li Fuchen's withered tree branch slashed again. Bang! Crack! This time, the withered tree branch might have exploded, but the remnant chi force was still able to cut half the boulder. This move is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He was only using chi realm level chi. If he used earth realm level chi, a single slash would probably be able to cut apart mystic class low-tier metals. The day before the mystic martial hidden domain reopened, on the peak, Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. The withered tree branch in his hand seemed slow but was actually fast as it slashed. In an instant, a fiery red full moon appeared. Crackle! The boulder was connected to the surface of the ground and was split into two. The deepest part was at least 1 meter deep. The third kill move is finally completed. At this moment, Li Fuchen was in a joyous mood as his sword intent surged. Unknowingly, his rotating flow sword intent had been upgraded to a mystic class high-tier sword intent when the third kill move was executed. It caused the third kill move's power to be even stronger than expected. He estimated that the third kill move's power was around 2.5 times that of the Blaze Devil sword art. In terms of pure power, it wasn't any inferior to a mystic class high-tier sword art that comprehended sword intent. In terms of moves, the third kill move seemed to be even sharper than the Blaze Devil sword art. Good. Your Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill move is the strongest Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill move I have ever seen. The preeminent man descended and laughed. Master. Li Fuchen woke up from his excited state. The preeminent man nodded. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. But talented people usually have a bumpy path. With me around, I believe no one in the East Unicorn continent will dare to touch you. But there will be a day when I leave. When that time comes, you can only rely on yourself. Master, you are leaving. Li Fuchen was surprised. The preeminent man said, Don't worry, I will not leave for a short period of time. At least not before the Stars ranking tournament. He had only been in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain for a short period of time, so he knew that there would be a day when he would leave. Li Fuchen went silent. Half of the reason why he came to the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain was to borrow power. He didn't expect for the Mystic Martial experts to leave one day. Mystic martial experts were rarely seen in the records. It seemed like they would only appear once in a certain period of time. Now that the mystic martial experts had left, it would probably be many years before another mystic martial expert would appear. It seems like I still have to rely on myself for my future path. Chapter 270. The Mystic Martial Hidden Domain opened again, and this time, there were more people than the previous time. There was less than a year before the Stars ranking tournament. Some of the prodigies from the various sects who had been patiently waiting for a long time couldn't hold it in any longer and came to attempt the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. This included Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu was definitely the youngest among them. She was only 18 years old this year, but her cultivation wasn't low. She was already at the 5th level of the Earth realm and her cultivation speed was much faster than most of the 6-star bone frames. It was even better than Su Muyu's cultivation speed. Of course, the reason why Yan Qinggu was able to advance to the 5th level of the Earth realm was mainly because she passed the Star Road Hidden Domain. With the support of the Star Road's energy, her cultivation was forcefully increased by 1 level. Is he really the one who passed the 6th Mystic Martial Door and was the first to enter the 7th Mystic Martial Door, the Door of Earth? In just 3 months, Li Fuchen's achievements had spread throughout the various sects, especially the Heaven Fiends sect. As a disciple of the Heaven Fiends sect, Yan Qinggu naturally knew about this. But she found it hard to believe that Li Fuchen's innate potential was so formidable. Yan Qinggu had very complicated emotions towards Li Fuchen. There was admiration, anger, and gratitude. Admiring Li Fuchen, who was only a 1-star bone frame but was able to reach this stage. She was angry that Li Fuchen took advantage of her. She thanked Li Fuchen for killing Li Wuxue and resolving a problem for her. When the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain opened, Yan Qinggu and the other geniuses entered the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. First Mystic Martial Door. Second Mystic Martial Door. 5th Mystic Martial Door. In one go, Yan Qinggu passed the 5th Mystic Martial Door. When they reached the 6th Mystic Martial Door, Yan Qinggu and Rain stopped helplessly. Sometimes, age was also an advantage. The older they were, the more thoroughly their potential would be developed. The younger they were, more or less, at a disadvantage. This girl is not bad. Her talent and potential are both top-notch. The man with phoenix eyes was moved again. Just like that, Yan Qinggu was chosen by the 3rd mystic martial artist, the man with phoenix eyes, and became his personal disciple. At the same time, Yan Qinggu and Rain got to know each other. On the 3rd day after the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen's cultivation level naturally progressed to the 6th level of the Earth realm. Advancing a realm in half a year wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Especially when Li Fuchen was just a 1-star bone frame. If not for the support of the Star Road, it would have taken him at least a year to advance. After all, the further one advanced into the Earth realm, the harder it was to advance. Without the support of a high-grade bone frame, just relying on the 15th rank of the True Inferno technique was somewhat strenuous. After progressing to the 6th level of the Earth realm, more than half of Li Fuchen's Star Road energy was used up. The remaining Star Road energy wasn't enough for Li Fuchen to progress to the 7th level of the Earth realm any faster. It seems like I still have time. I need to find a star stone to enter the Star Road secret domain. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Star stones were extremely rare. Whenever a star stone appeared, it would be snatched away. But as long as there was an opportunity, Li Fuchen wouldn't let it go. It seemed like he had accumulated enough time. After another 3 days, Li Fuchen's true inferno technique had a breakthrough too. From the 15th rank to the 16th rank, it might seem like it was just a single rank, but the difference was something only Li Fuchen knew. Don't look at those stars rankers who had a profound cultivation level and were basically at the 8th level of the Earth realm. But mystic class, peak tier techniques would at most be at the 15th rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that in the entire East Unicorn continent, among the youth generation, there wouldn't be more than 10 who could cultivate a mystic class, peak tier technique to the 16th rank. Even the Azure Water Sect's Grand Elder, Xiao Wujin, could only cultivate the mystic class, peak tier true Azure Water technique to the 19th rank. Most of the inner sect elders were only at the 16th rank. The current Li Fuchen's technique rank had already reached the inner sect elders level. Even though he was at the bottom of the inner sect elders, it was already rather impressive. After all, Li Fuchen was only 20 years old this year and his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Earth realm. Furthermore, it was because of various fortuitous encounters. The 16th rank of the true Inferno technique had a boundless and blazing qi. In terms of qi quality, the current Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to those prodigies who were at the 7th level of the Earth realm. As his cultivation level increased, Li Fuchen realized that he was able to execute the Blaze Devil Sword art with greater proficiency. If one were to describe the Flaming Demon Sword art as a youth brandishing a great sword, then, now, it was a teenager wielding a great sword. If I had the cultivation of the Heavenly Dipper realm now, I would probably be able to comprehend the Flame Demon Sword intent in a short while. Li Fuchen was very confident in his perception, but it was his cultivation that limited his perception. Another 3 months passed. The mystic martial hidden domain opened once again. This time, there were a lot fewer people who came. Everyone was calculating the time and tried their best to stay in the mystic martial hidden domain for a full year. Right now, there was only half a year left before the mystic martial hidden domain. Apart from those who weren't confident in themselves, those who were confident had already entered the mystic martial hidden domain. Whoosh! On the peak, the withered branch in Li Fuchen's hand burst into flames. However, this fire did not harm the withered branches. Instead, it protected them. Is this the Flaming Devil Sword will? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The Flame Devil Sword intent was even more wondrous than he had imagined, faintly imbued with a trace of the mystical power of heaven and earth. Kacha! Wielding the withered branch, Li Fuchen cleaved down vertically. The ground in front of him split open and the deepest part was 5 meters deep. The blazing sword intent burst out and gave off a feeling of bursting lava. Good. You finally comprehended the mystic class high-tier sword intent. The preeminent man was very gratified. His help to Li Fuchen wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. But the cultivation was still dependent on Li Fuchen. Others could only give pointers and weren't able to help Li Fuchen comprehend it directly. I still have to thank Master for the pointers. Li Fuchen replied humbly. Most of it was on you. You don't have to be humble. The preeminent man laughed and said, since you have comprehended the mystic class high-tier sword intent, then you shall try to create a mystic class high-tier kill move for me. The preeminent man had very strict requirements for Li Fuchen. A mystic class high-tier kill move was something that not even a regular Heaven Dipper realm martial artist could create. Although with his pointers, the difficulty would be much lower. Yes, Master. Li Fuchen wasn't used to saying no. Since he had already grasped the Mystic Class high-tier sword intent, it wasn't impossible for him to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but he had already passed the first hurdle. I believe you can do it. The preeminent man wanted to see how far Li Fuchen could go. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't able to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move, he wouldn't be disappointed. After all, it was a little too much. But if Li Fuchen was able to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move, he wouldn't mind spending some resources to nurture Li Fuchen. He didn't wish to leave and never see Li Fuchen again. I hope you can do it. The preeminent man left. Chapter 271. The preeminent man had underestimated Li Fuchen's perception and creativity. If Li Fuchen hadn't comprehended the Blaze Devil Sword intent, he wouldn't have been able to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move. But after comprehending the Blaze Devil Sword intent, Li Fuchen was able to create a Mystic Class high-tier kill move naturally. It was just one level harder than creating a third Mystic Class mid-tier kill move and wasn't considered ridiculously difficult. In less than a month, Li Fuchen already had the framework of a Mystic Class high-tier kill move. There was only half a year left before the Stars ranking tournament. Break. The withered tree branch in Li Fuchen's hand had already disintegrated. There was a red light covering it, preventing the withered tree branch from being incinerated into nothingness. Li Fuchen raised the withered tree branch high and cleaved it down. Boom! The withered tree branch was instantly turned into nothingness. An intense red light that was like a scarlet torch cleaved on the ground. The ground split open and the red light was like a dragon that extended rapidly. Once the red light dispersed, a ravine that was over 10 meters long was revealed. This ravine was narrow at the start and widened at the back. The widest part was 1 meter wide. The deepest part was 6 meters deep. In terms of profundity, this move wasn't comparable to the finishing move, Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. But in terms of power, it was much stronger than the Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. Good, I have underestimated you. A figure appeared and the preeminent man's eyes were burning as he stared at Li Fuchen. Exhaling a scorching breath forcefully, Li Fuchen turned around. Master, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The Blaze Devil Sword intent had astounding lethality. Hence, for this move, Li Fuchen intentionally lowered the profundity of the move and pushed the Blaze Devil Sword intense lethality to the limits. Your innate perception is enough to look down on everyone on this continent. But you still don't have the ability to protect yourself. The preeminent man reached out his hand and beckoned, causing Li Fuchen to involuntarily fly over. Don't struggle. The preeminent man grabbed Li Fuchen's right wrist. TSS. Li Fuchen felt as though his wrist was branded by a red-hot branding iron as an intense burning pain assaulted him. In the next moment, Li Fuchen saw patterns that were similar to tool patterns extending from his right wrist all the way to the back of his right hand. This is... Li Fuchen was shocked. The handsome man said, this is an Earth-level martial marking. Originally, with your current ability, you would not be able to comprehend an Earth-level martial skill, but I have imprinted an Earth-level martial marking on your palm. You can directly inject your true chi into it and explode with the power of an Earth-level martial marking, which is equivalent to using an Earth-level martial skill. Of course, the power of an Earth-level martial marking is closely related to your true chi. The stronger your true chi, the greater the power of an Earth-level martial marking. However, an Earth-level martial marking will be consumed, and the more you use it, the faster it will be consumed. Earth-level martial markings. Li Fuchen exclaimed in his heart. With his current ability, he is indeed unable to comprehend Earth-level martial art. It is estimated that he will have to wait until he is promoted to Heavenly Dipper realm before he can comprehend Earth-level martial arts power. Li Fuchen has no way of knowing. However, he estimated that it was at least 10 times more powerful than the Flaming Devil Sword technique. What kind of concept is 10 times more powerful? Even if it is a Heavenly Dipper realm initial stage martial artist, Li Fuchen was confident that he could instantly kill his opponent. Furthermore, as the Qi got stronger, the power of the Earth-level martial mark would be greater. Once he reached Heavenly Dipper realm, he would be able to burst out with the power of the Earth-level martial mark. How horrific would it be? It was simply unimaginable. After a long time, the Earth-level martial mark was branded. The preeminent man's face was pale and his eyes were much dimmer. Master! Li Fuchen was touched. How could he not know that branding a martial mark would exhaust a lot of essence, qi, and spirit? If the essence, qi, and spirit were exhausted, it would be very hard to recover. The preeminent man shook his hand. It doesn't matter. The price I have to pay to leave the mystic martial hidden domain is much higher than this. He was able to brand the Earth-level martial mark on Li Fuchen because of his identity as a mystic martial expert. It was impossible for him to do it by himself. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. The pattern on it had already vanished, but Li Fuchen could clearly feel its existence. I wonder if the pattern I obtained from the Door of Earth and Door of Heaven are martial marks. In the Door of Earth, his entire body was branded with the pattern. But the pattern had vanished and he couldn't sense it anymore. In the Door of Heaven, there was an imprint that was branded on his left palm. This imprint had also vanished and couldn't be sensed anymore. The Stars ranking tournament was getting closer. It was unknown when a large number of Heaven Dipper realm martial artists and Reincarnation realm martial artists had gathered outside the mystic martial hidden domain. Everyone might have intentionally concealed their qi presence, but when their qi activities converged, it still caused the sky above this region to be filled with surging winds and flickering lightning. It was fine if it was Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, but Reincarnation realm martial artists were beyond the scope of mortals. The palace doors opened up again. This time, there weren't any prodigies that entered the mystic martial hidden domain. After all, there was less than 3 months before the Stars ranking tournament. If they were to enter now, they would have to wait until the next opening of the mystic martial hidden domain before they could exit. The human-shaped shadow condensed and swept a glance at everyone. An invisible prowess spread out. Everyone held their breaths. During normal times, they were all elite experts in the East Unicorn continent and could be said to be able to call the wind and summon the rain. But in the face of the human-shaped shadow, they were no different from ants. Swish 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 swish, multiple figures skimmed out from the mystic martial hidden domain. They are out. Among the experts, the Azure Water Sect's Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, and 2 other Azure Water Sect's Reincarnation Realm martial artists were among them. These 2 Reincarnation Realm martial artists were the Azure Water Sect's protectors and their statuses were just inferior to the Sect Patriarch and the Supreme Elder. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng all skimmed out. Ouyang Wentian revealed a smile. This time, his Azure Water Sect was really proud. He originally thought that Li Xiangru was already the Azure Water Sect's fortune. He didn't expect for another Li Fuchen to appear. Back when Zhao Wujin was praising Li Fuchen, he didn't think highly of Li Fuchen and merely treated him as a prodigy with potential. Even if Li Fuchen wasn't able to progress to the Heaven Dipper realm in the future, he wouldn't lose anything. Right now, he had some lingering fear in his heart. Yes, he had lingering fear. He was afraid that he would miss out on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's achievements in the mystic martial hidden domain had already been spread back to the Azure Water Sect. The entire Azure Water Sect was in an uproar. Passing the 6th mystic martial door, being the first to enter the 7th mystic martial door, the Door of Earth, and being accepted as a personal disciple by the 1st mystic martial expert. No matter which one it was all dazzling and glorious. In the history of his Azure Water Sect, there had never been such a dazzling prodigy. Li Fuchen. Ouyang Wentian transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and the others had already noticed Ouyang Wentian and the other 2 and were skimming over. Sect Patriarch. The four of them cupped their fists. Good. All of you did well and didn't embarrass our Azure Water sect. I am proud of all of you. Ouyang Wentian was beaming. Among the four of them, Li Fuqin and Li Xiangru were both accepted as personal disciples by the mystic martial experts. This was undoubtedly a protective amulet that wasn't only effective for Li Fuqin and Li Xiangru, it was also effective for the Azure Water sect. As long as the mystic martial experts were around, no other sects would dare to harm the Azure Water sect. A murderous aura assaulted as the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch, Li Xietian had also noticed Li Fuqin. The murderous aura from his body was blatant and without any concealment. Ouyang Wentian glared at Li Xietian. Li Xietian, why? Do you want to make a move? Li Xietian spoke in a gloomy tone, the mystic martial experts can protect you for a moment, but not for your entire life. When the time comes, I will make you pay me back tenfold. Not being able to avenge his son's death was undoubtedly making Li Xietian very worried. Chapter 272. This child is Li Fuqin. All the experts from the various sects looked at Li Fuqin. The news of Li Fuqin being accepted as a personal disciple by the #1 mystic martial expert had already spread throughout the various sects of the East Unicorn continent. Perhaps his innate potential fits the test of the mystic martial hidden domain. In history, there are plenty of people who passed the 6th mystic martial door but ended up as ordinary reincarnation realm martial artists. Furthermore, he is only a 1-star bone frame and it is already rather impressive for him to have his current achievements. In the future, every advancement in cultivation realm will be a huge obstacle and the future will be unpredictable. Li Fuqin's current achievements might be very dazzling, but most of the people didn't put him in their eyes. The mystic martial hidden domain was ultimately just a test and it wasn't as fair as the Heaven Dao. It could only be said that there was a certain degree of accuracy. Apart from that, Li Fuqin's 1-star bone frame made everyone scoff. What could a 1-star bone frame do? It was simply a joke. If Li Fuqin could progress to the heaven realm in the future, it would already be heaven's favor. If heaven was harsh on you, you might not be able to progress to the heaven realm in this lifetime. As for the reincarnation realm, that was just a dream. Of course, there were some who felt that Li Fuqin was a huge threat and if there was a chance, they could eliminate him secretly. But not now. With the mystic martial experts around, they didn't dare to have any thoughts. Among the young swordsmen, there can only be one monarch. If you block my path, I don't mind letting you sink completely. Qi Yuye similarly didn't put Li Fuqin in his eyes. Li Fuqin's results were only slightly better than his. He had also passed the 6th mystic martial door and was just short of entering the 7th mystic martial door, the Door of Earth. Furthermore, Li Fuqin had only entered the Door of Earth and it wasn't considered anything as he didn't pass it. What's more, in the East Unicorn continent, the thing that could reflect one's innate potential the most was the bone frame and not the so-called illusory test. With a 6-star bone frame, he didn't fear anyone. In his eyes, the only worthy opponents were the 3 king stars. Let's go. Ouyang Wentian reached out his hand and gestured. 2 Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts descended from the sky. As the 7 of them stood on the back of the spirit beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts had astounding speed. In just a few days, the 7 of them had returned to the Azure Water sect. After leaving the Azure Water sect for nearly 2 years, Li Fuqin was rather emotional when he returned. Training was indeed very tempering. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had broken through from the 2nd level of the Earth realm to the 6th level of the Earth realm. If he stayed in the sect and didn't go out, he would at most be at the 4th level of the Earth realm. In the Azure Billow main hall, the 2 protectors had already left, leaving Ouyang Wentian sitting upright in the main hall. The 4 of you might be our Azure Water sect's most outstanding direct disciples, but the Azure Water sect upholds fairness and justice. 1 month later, the sect will be holding a selection tournament. Only the top 4 of the selection tournament will be qualified to participate in the stars ranking tournament. Don't have any complaints. If the 4 of them were to participate in the stars ranking tournament, it would be too unfair to the others. Of course, Ouyang Wentian didn't think that anyone among the Azure Water sect's direct disciples could defeat Li Fuchen and the other 3. The so-called qualifier was just a formality that convinced everyone. Chen Yuanhu said, "Don't worry, sect master. I won't have any complaints." The 4 of them didn't care about the so-called sect selection tournament. They were very confident in their own abilities, and if they couldn't even stand out in the Azure Water sect, it would be a disgrace if they went out. Ouyang Wentian nodded, "Very well. For this month, all of you shall go into seclusion and strive to obtain the top 4 with your absolute ability." Among the remaining gold class direct disciples, there were still a few who were extremely valiant. It wouldn't be an easy task to defeat them. Leaving the Azure Billow main hall, Li Fuchen arrived at the direct disciple grand hall. Zhao Wujin was already waiting there. Seeing Li Fuchen, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily and welcomed him. "Well done. In this continent, you, Li Fuchen, are no longer a nameless individual." To be honest, Zhao Wujin had high hopes for Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect Li Fuchen to achieve such accomplishments. He originally thought that Li Fuchen was already at the level of Sword Maniac, which was already extremely good. "Li Fuchen, you are truly a monster." Zhao Mingyue appeared out of nowhere. The current her was already at the 2nd level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level wasn't considered high, but it wasn't low either. After all, she was just a 4-star bone frame. Li Fuchen smiled, "Elder is overpraising me." Zhao Wujin had helped him a lot, so he had to be humble in front of an elder. "Maybe I didn't say enough. Let's have dinner together tonight," Zhao Wujin said. "Okay." Li Fuchen nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue's face suddenly reddened. Her beauty was indescribable. For the past few days, Zhao Wujin had often mentioned Li Fuchen to her. Although Zhao Wujin didn't say it clearly, Zhao Mingyue understood what he meant. She naturally didn't hate Li Fuchen. On the contrary, there was a hint of admiration. Who wouldn't want their other half to be a peerless genius? In the past, she had her own pride and thought that she wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen. Hence, she didn't admire him, but at most had some admiration. Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame, but was able to accomplish many things that 4-star bone frames and 5-star bone frames couldn't. Right now, Li Fuchen was already famous in the upper echelons of the East Unicorn continent. Such a reputation wasn't something that anyone could have. "Let's make some contact first," Zhao Mingyue thought. But very quickly, Zhao Mingyue blushed again. She wondered what was wrong with her. She was too unreserved. What Zhao Mingyue didn't know was that her expression was already seen by Zhao Wujin and Li Fuchen. Zhao Wujin smiled. Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue were around the same age. If they could become a couple, it would naturally be the best outcome. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't think much about it. In one of the Azure Water sect's elder grand halls, Liao family's ancestor, Liao Haiwang, wore a gloomy expression. After a long time, his messenger came in and said, "Pass down the order. From today onwards, whoever offends Li Fuchen will be expelled from the Liao clan." The situation was stronger than the person. In the past, due to the pressure from the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect, they couldn't touch Li Fuchen. Now they were still under the pressure of the Azure Water sect's upper echelons and couldn't touch Li Fuchen. Apart from that, it was also due to the pressure from Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't have much ability now, but the mystic martial expert behind him was a backing that was even more fearsome than the Azure Water sect. Not to mention his Liao clan, even the elite forces of the East Unicorn continent wouldn't dare to touch Li Fuchen. The world is unpredictable. Looks like I'm really getting old. Liao Haiwang sighed. At the same time, the news of Li Fuchen's return had already spread throughout the Azure Water sect. Those who offended Li Fuchen felt their hearts shine. Like Shanghai City's young city lord, Fang Lihai. Shanghai City was one of the main cities of the Azure Water region, and his father was a Heaven Realm martial artist. After Li Fuchen was promoted to a direct disciple, this status was no longer useful, let alone now. It could be said that a single statement from Li Fuchen would cause the Fang clan's status to suffer. Even if it wasn't a severe blow, it wouldn't feel good. Who knew if the upper echelons would remove the position of the Mountain Sea City Lord because of Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen. Fang Lihai was frightened and sad at the same time. Chapter 273. Li Fuchen is back. Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei received the news at the same time. Half a year ago, the two of them finally got together. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Li Fuchen that they could be together. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's presence to suppress Yuan Tian and the others, Wu Qingmei might not have been able to see through him. Prodigies were always eye-catching. Between a 5-star bone frame and a 4-star bone frame, most would choose the 5-star bone frame. He is now considered an influential figure in the continent. Gao Changtian sighed. Wu Qingmei nodded. Li Fuchen's figure appeared in her mind. Towards Li Fuchen, she had complicated feelings. It wasn't that she didn't admire him. But she was very clear that Li Fuchen was like a cloud, no one could catch him. Even to follow his footsteps would be extremely difficult. But the one with the most complicated feelings was Guan Shui. Li Fuchen's rise was too inexplicable. Before losing his talent, Li Fuchen's talent could only be said to be okay. Then he suddenly lost his talent and recovered it. It seemed that as time went by, his talent was getting stronger and stronger, until it was now earth-shattering and famous in the Eastern Lin continent. I will not regret it. Guan Shui's eyes flashed with determination. Her talent wasn't weak. With a 4-star soft water bone frame, she was 90% certain that she could step into the Heaven Realm. If she had the opportunity, she might even progress to the reincarnation realm. By then, she could live her life as she wished. Junior brother Li really amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. Chen Fanghua lamented. Her cultivation progress wasn't slow and was already at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. But compared to Li Fuchen, the gap was huge. If there were no accidents, the gap would only get bigger in the future. Li Fuchen's return seemed to have caused an uproar in the Tsang Lan sect's disciple zone. Almost everyone was discussing Li Fuchen. Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword didn't need to be mentioned. These people were famous for a long time and no one was surprised. But Li Fuchen only rose in recent years. Many of them watched him grow step by step to where he was today. Especially the top 10 outer sect disciples, all of them had complicated feelings. Zhao Wujin's residence. Elder Yu Hua was here too. Li Fuchen, you are now an influential figure, but do not be dragged down by these false reputations. A false reputation without actual strength is ultimately just a bubble. You have to work harder. Yu Hua reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. Elder Yu is right. Fuchen will not slack off. Both Zhao Wujin and Yu Hua had helped him before, and they were the upper echelons that he was closest to in the Azure Water sect. Zhao Wujin smiled. Yu Hua, I think you're worrying for nothing. His willpower isn't much lower than yours. He knows what he's doing and what's most important to him. Yu Hua chuckled. That's true. Too much concern leads to confusion. If Li Fuchen was able to pass the 6th mystic martial door and become the first person to enter the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth, how could his spirit will be weak? It was at least at the Heaven realm. All in all, those famous East Unicorn continent absolute prodigies, each of them beyond ordinary people, the future promotion to reincarnation realm, almost in the bag. But he, Yu Hua, was just a 4-star bone frame. Fuchen, You are now one of the top direct disciples in our Azure Water sect. Your Li clan doesn't seem to be safe on the outside. It is hard to guarantee that no one will target your Li clan. Zhao Wujin suddenly said. Yu Hua nodded, that's right. It is best for your Li clan to move to the Azure Water sect. Since the Azure Water Mountains are huge enough, we can bestow a mountain peak to your Li clan. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen's expression turned grave as this was what he was most worried about. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This was an unchanging truth. Then I shall have to trouble the two elders to inform the upper echelons. I will arrange for the Li clan to move to the Azure Water sect. There were only benefits and no disadvantages for the Li clan to move to the Azure Water sect. The Li clan's development was going well and had businesses in many cities. Their annual income had increased from a few 100,000 gold coins to over 1 million gold coins. But wealth was just a worldly possession. The reason why they needed so much gold coins was to allow the Li clan's descendants to grow stronger and more outstanding. But moving to the Azure Water sect was the same as becoming a sect clan. The resources they had were incomparable to the outside world. The sect's resources couldn't even be bought with gold coins in the outside world. Apart from that, the Li clan's descendants would naturally be more outstanding and have a broader outlook under the influence of the sect. There were countless clans in the Azure Water region. Which clan didn't wish to become a sect clan? A pity that they didn't have the qualifications. But now, Li Fuchen had the qualifications. Because of Li Fuchen, the Li clan had the qualifications too. The meal was a joyous one. During the meal, Zhao Wujin intentionally or unintentionally tried to matchmake Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue. Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue were well aware of it. But Li Fuchen didn't know what Zhao Mingyue was thinking in her heart. He didn't want to consider relationships at such an early stage. The upper echelons were extremely efficient and immediately approved the Li clan to become a sect clan. What a joke, Li Fuchen was now the continent's elite prodigy. Even if his future was uncertain, there was still a chance for him to become an elite martial artist of the continent. For this hope, the sect naturally spared no effort to take care of Li Fuchen and the Li clan. Even if Li Fuchen didn't grow to that stage in the future, the Azure Water sect wouldn't lose anything. A Li clan wouldn't consume much of the sect's resources. It was just a drop in the ocean. With the sect patriarch, Ouyang Wintian's decision, a few inner sect elders and a group of outer sect elders set off for the Li clan. Their responsibility was to escort the Li clan and prevent any disturbances along the way. Li Fuchen was among them. With flying spirit beasts as transportation, everyone traveled at an extremely fast speed and arrived at Cloud Mist City in just 2 days. When the Li clan found out that the Li clan was going to become a sect clan, none of them had any hesitation and were extremely excited. Becoming a sect clan was the extravagant wish of countless clans, and today, the Li clan had achieved it. Moving a clan wasn't an easy task. Li Fuchen stayed at home for a few days before returning to the Azure Water sect. The Stars ranking tournament was getting closer and his current ability wasn't enough for him to rest easy. It was mainly because his cultivation level was too low, only at the 6th level of the Earth realm. Even if he was at the 7th level of the Earth realm, he would still be at the bottom of the Stars ranking tournament. During the tournament, the 9th level of the Earth realm would probably be considered a normal cultivation level. The peak of the 9th level of the Earth realm would be considered an elite cultivation level. There might even be some half-step Heaven realm martial artists. Let's attempt the direct inheritance tower first. Back at the sect, Li Fuchen first headed to the direct inheritance tower. The last time he left the sect, he had just passed the 2nd floor of the direct inheritance tower. This time, his target was the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower and also to experience the difficulty of the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the direct inheritance tower were filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. But the 2nd floor of the direct inheritance tower was filled with weak Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. As for the third floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, it was filled with formidable Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. There were a few direct disciples who attempted the Direct Inheritance Tower. When they saw Li Fuchen, they were all excited. Li Shixiang is here to attempt the Direct Inheritance Tower. I heard that Li Shixiang's previous result was the second floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Will he be able to pass the third floor this time? What a joke, he definitely will. I just don't know how long he will take. Chapter 274. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Entering the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen arrived at the third floor. The formation was activated, and a blue leopard materialized. The blue ice leopard was an assassin among high-rank 3 demonic beasts. Its speed was extremely fast and it only needed one attack to kill an ordinary high-rank 3 demonic beast. The moment the blue ice leopard was formed, it immediately attacked Li Fuchen. The blue ice leopard's body suddenly burst out with a blue chilling chi presence. Under the assault of this chilling chi presence, Li Fuchen felt a chill. At the same moment, the blue ice leopard pounced at Li Fuchen with lightning speed. As expected of the blue ice leopard, Li Fuchen's chi and blood nearly froze. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the mystical dragon secret technique, causing his combat cultivation to rise sharply. With the addition of the 16th rank True Inferno technique, the blazing chi presence evaporated the blue ice leopard's cold chi presence. Sword Current. The first profound rank intermediate rank killer move, Sword Flow, was executed. 10 sword lights burst forth. Pu 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 pu, the blue ice leopard's body was filled with sword scars. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the blue ice leopard's first attack and brandished his black gold sword again. Sword burst. Bang! The blue ice leopard exploded into pieces. With Li Fuchen's current ability, even if he used 30% or 50% of his strength, it would be enough to instantly kill the blue ice leopard. Let's go to the 4th floor to take a look. Li Fuchen arrived at the 4th floor. The power of the formation frantically condensed, and a huge phantom of a giant beast appeared. Moo! It was a giant bull demonic beast with a pair of horns that looked as though they were going to pierce through the Tower of Inheritance. As it let out a roar, the horrific sound wave assaulted and Li Fuchen's 7 orifices bled. Class 4 low-rank demon beast. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. 4th level low-rank monster beast, equivalent to the Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist. Perhaps the heaven-defying Earth Fiend realm peak martial artist, the attack power can reach the level of Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist, but in terms of indiscriminate attack, it is certainly not comparable. Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist, casually erupting true chi, is very terrifying. Apart from that, their defense was also far inferior. If a Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist is here, he can completely resist the sound wave attack of the giant bull monster beast. Full Moon. A fiery red full moon appeared as Li Fuchen executed his 3rd mystic class mid-tier kill move. Kacha. A shallow scar appeared on the giant bull demonic beast's body. What a strong defense. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank again. His full moon killer move, in terms of attack power, was not much weaker than a high-tier profound grade sword art that had comprehended sword intent. Its cutting power was very strong. The giant bull demonic beast sprinted in a frenzy. The chi force on its body surged like a wave and blasted at Li Fuchen. With his superior awareness, Li Fuchen dodged in advance, but was in a slightly awkward position. Fiery Devil Killing Shadow. Li Fuchen executed the Blaze Devil Sword Art kill move. A scarlet-red shadow enveloped the giant bull demonic beast. Pu pu pu. Sword marks appeared on the body of the giant ox demonic beast, as if it had been sliced by 1,000 blades. However, this attack was not enough to defeat the giant bull demonic beast. Paw. The giant bull demonic beast's long tail, which was at least 3 meters long, swept out. It was as though a long whip was coiling towards Li Fuchen. The sweeping speed of the tail was too fast. Li Fuchen was aware of it, but his body was still a step slower. He was swept by the chi force contained in the tail and flew backwards while vomiting blood. In mid-air, Li Fuchen activated the Black Iron Sword Essence and immediately executed his strongest sword move. Fiery Dragon. The black gold sword was raised up high. Red light gathered on its surface, like a crimson dragon expanding and contracting. Crackle. As the sword cleaved down, there was a burst of red light. One of the giant bull demonic beast's horns was severed. A sword mark extended from the top of its head all the way to its back. Moo! The giant bull demonic beast let out a frenzied roar. A horrific chi presence was emitted from its body. The chi presence was vigorous like a sun. Even when Li Fuchen executed the Black Wind 3 clones and produced 3 clones, he was still blasted into the walls of the Direct Inheritance Tower by this horrific chi presence. This won't do. The difference in ability is too huge. Li Fuchen retreated out of the radius of the array. The reason why he was able to fight for such a long time wasn't because of his ability, but because of his incredible awareness which allowed him to evade in advance. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in just a few moves. He is out. It seems like it took quite a while. It is normal. Li Shixiang is only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm after all. He is much weaker than Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger Shixiang. There is still half a month before the sex selection tournament. Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger Shixiang shouldn't have any suspense, but Li Shixiang and Xue Shixiang still have some suspense. N. 2 years ago, there were only 4 individuals who passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Now, there are already more than 10 individuals who passed the 3rd floor. Outside the Direct Inheritance Tower, there were many discussions. None of them thought about whether Li Fuchen passed the 4th floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. After all, the demonic beasts in the 4th floor's array were too powerful. They were Heaven Realm class demonic beasts and it was impossible for them to pass. Even if Li Fuchen tried, he would probably be defeated in an instant and wouldn't waste too much time. The news of Li Fuchen attempting the Direct Inheritance Tower was spread to someone's ears. His innate potential might be incredible, but he is still a little immature. Xue Shidi is the same too. In the courtyard, a youth let out a faint smile. His name was Bu Qingsong and he was once the #1 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Furthermore, he was the first among the Azure Water sect's direct disciples to pass the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. He was even earlier than Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, and Sword Tiger, Qin Yuanhu. Back when Xue Feng passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, he was one of the 3 that passed before him. In his eyes, Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger were hard to deal with, but he was rather confident in Li Fuchen and Xue Feng. Even though this confidence came from his cultivation time and cultivation level. After passing the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen immediately headed towards the Sword Monument Canyon. His Blaze Devil Sword intent was at the initial stage and still had plenty of room for improvement. Through the sword intent in the Sword Monument, he might be able to advance the Blaze Devil Sword intent to the next level and reach the matured stage. As for contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't lack them. He still had a few million contribution points which was enough for him to comprehend for a month or 2. As time elapsed, it was getting closer to the sect selection tournament. The rewards for the sect selection tournament were about to be announced. In this sect selection tournament, the top 4 would be able to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. Apart from that, the 1st and 2nd place would receive a piece of Star Stone. The Star Stone might not be of much use to others, but it was very useful to Earth Realm prodigies. In order to obtain these 2 pieces of Star Stones, the sect had put in a lot of effort. After all, no matter how much resources and gold coins you had, if you couldn't find the Star Stone, it was useless. Once the Star Stone reward was announced, Li Xiangru, Qin Yuanhu, and Xue Feng were all tempted. Li Xiangru and Qin Yuanhu might have reached the 9th level of the Earth Realm, but above the 9th level of the Earth Realm, there was still the peak level of the Earth Realm and the half-step Heaven Realm. With the Star Stone, they would be able to save at least a year of hard work. But it was obvious that contending for the top 2 wasn't a simple task. Only Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, had the confidence, while the others didn't. Star Stone, huh? Bu Qingsong's eyes flickered with radiance. He once had the fortune to obtain a piece of Star Stone, but it was a pity that he didn't get a second piece of Star Stone. If he had this Star Stone, he might just be able to reach the half-step Heaven Realm. Chapter 275. Sword Monument Canyon. In the past, Li Fuchen's perception might be high, but his cultivation was still rather low. Right now, his perception was only high and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent, the Blaze Devil Sword Intent. When he arrived at the Sword Monument Canyon again, Li Fuchen felt as though he had blended into the Sword Monument. His sword intent was resonating with the sword intent in the Sword Monument. The Blaze Devil Sword Intent was a blazing sword intent. In an instant, Li Fuchen could sense dozens of blazing sword intents. These sword intents were communicating with the Blaze Devil Sword Intent and it felt like a senior giving pointers to a junior. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent gradually deepened. Once the Blaze Devil Sword Intent deepened, the Blaze Devil Sword Art and the Blaze Dragon Kill moves grade would naturally increase. 5 days later, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent had reached the matured stage and was just 1 step away from reaching the Mystic Class Peak Tier Sword Intent. The matured Blaze Devil Sword Intent was extremely fearsome and it had the tendency to fuse with the spirit will. It could be slightly contained in the Qi presence to increase the power of the Qi presence. A person with a horrific Qi presence could use the Qi presence to kill. For example, a Heaven Realm martial artist could use the Qi presence to kill a regular Earth Realm martial artist. Zhao Wujin could even use his Qi presence to suppress the 2nd-level Heaven Realm Liao Tianyun to the ground, rendering him immobile. From the looks of it, intent can be fused with the spirit will. But the grade of the intent must be high enough. Like the Earth class intent, it can be separated from the existence of martial arts. The reason why it can be separated from the existence of martial arts is probably because the Earth class intent can be completely fused with the spirit will. Li Fuchen came to a shocking conclusion. In the land of Fog's Tomb, a single defense intent was able to obstruct Li Fuchen and his group for a long time. It was just a single intent, it was imaginable how terrifying and incredible a high-grade intent was. The first mystic martial experts' pointers to Li Fuchen were too in-depth, allowing Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation to be extremely deep. With the help of the sword intent on the Sword Monument, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent was constantly getting stronger, as though it was limitless. When comprehending the Blaze Devil Sword Intent, Li Fuchen didn't forget to improve his other sword intents. In just a short period of time, his Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Intent had already reached the level of Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. On the other hand, the Low-Tier Profound Class Sword Intent was close to the Mid-Tier Profound Class Sword Intent. What surprised Li Fuchen was that his Mystic Class Low-Tier Sword Intent, Meteor Sword Intent had actually climbed to the Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Intent. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be any weaker than the Starfire Sword Intent and Rotating Flow Sword Intent. The Meteor Sword Intent is very simple. It's just pure speed and pure explosive power. However, the simpler something is, the closer it is to the essence. If it can absorb the essence of other sword intents, the Meteor Sword Intent might be able to break through to the Earth Realm. Li Fuchen had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He had a feeling that the future of the Meteor Sword Intent was even more powerful than the Fiery Devil Sword Intent. However, the prerequisite was that he did not have the ability to improve the Meteor Sword Intent. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the sect selection competition would begin. To prevent himself from losing track of time, Li Fuchen temporarily left the sword monument and returned to his own courtyard. It was rare for Li Fuchen to be free. Li Fuchen's courtyard had quite a number of guests. Li Tianshi and the other Li clan disciples were there. Silver-rich City's young city lord, Xiang Tianxiang. There were also Xiao Libi, Chen Fanghua, and other senior brothers and sisters from the sect. There were also Gao Changtian, Wu Qingmei, and the others. Jinxiu, your Li clan is about to become a sect clan. You wouldn't dump me, right? Beside Li Jinxiu was a silver-class direct disciple called Sang Feng, who was at the 4th level of the Earth realm. He was half joking and half serious. Li Jinxiu was annoyed and found it funny. What are you talking about? Am I, Li Jinxiu, such a person? Sang Feng was her lover. Before Li Fuchen rose up, the Li clan's disciples were more or less taken care of by Sang Feng. This made the Yang clan very jealous and felt that Li Jinxiu was trying to make the Li clan and Yang clan go against each other, which was why she hooked up with the direct disciple, Sang Feng. Back then, Sang Feng still had some arrogance in his heart and it was human nature. But ever since Li Fuchen became a gold-class direct disciple, Sang Feng didn't have any arrogance anymore. But now, let alone arrogance, he was afraid that Li Jinxiu was only trying to help the Li clan back then, which made him worry about his gains and losses. After all, the current Li clan was like the sun in the sky and Li Fuchen's status in the sect was incomparable. He, Sang Feng, was just an ordinary silver-class direct disciple and wasn't considered anything. Li Shidi, I believe in your ability. But during the sect selection tournament, you have to be careful of Buqingsong. He was once the #1 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Xiao Libi said. Chen Fanghua nodded. Buqingsong's cultivation is at the peak level of the Earth realm and he is extremely formidable. I once saw him defeating a top 10 Shixiang in a single move. Li Fuchen nodded, I will be careful. He knew that Buqingsong was indeed formidable. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. Every day, his ability was advancing by leaps and bounds. Apart from heaven-defying 5-star bone frames or 6-star bone frames, he wasn't worried about the others. Everyone chatted merrily and only left when it was late at night. Soon enough, it was the day of the sect selection tournament. The sect selection tournament would be conducted at the Azure Water sect's largest martial arts stage. As long as one's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth realm and above, they would be able to participate. There were only a few dozen individuals who fulfilled the requirements. Early morning, the massive martial arts stage was packed with people. Most of the upper echelons were here. Apart from them, there were plenty of inner sect disciples who were fortunate enough to come and watch. Look, that is Sword Maniac Shixiang. He is Sword Maniac Shixiang. This is the first time I see him. That is Sword Tiger Shixiang and Emotionless Sword Shixiang. As the participating direct disciples entered the stage one by one, the inner sect disciples in the audience seats were in an uproar. Some of the legendary figures of the past had all entered the stage today. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Li Fuchen Shixiang is here. He is so young. Isn't he? Li Fuchen Shixiang is only 20 years old this year. In terms of innate potential, Li Fuchen Shixiang is undoubtedly the strongest. A pity that his cultivation level is a little low and is only at the 6th level of the Earth realm. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Li Shixiang's ability cannot be judged by his cultivation level. Everyone was in a heated discussion. On the rostrum, sect patriarch Ouyang Wentian was seated in the middle. On his left were a few experts with horrific chi presences. They were obviously the supreme elders of the Azure Water sect. On his right were the protectors, Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, and the others. Wentian, is this child Li Fuchen? A supreme elder asked Ouyang Wentian. Ouyang Wentian nodded, that is the child. Miracle. A 1-star bone frame can have such accomplishments. If it was in the past, I would never believe it. But now, I have no choice but to believe it. A few of the Supreme Elders were in awe. As reincarnation realm martial artists, they could naturally see that Li Fuchen was different from the rest. Furthermore, to be able to become the first mystic martial expert's personal disciple, they couldn't afford to doubt him. His cultivation level is a little low. I hope there won't be any accidents during the selection tournament. One of the Supreme Elders was still a little doubtful. Li Fuchen was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm and was 3 levels lower than the other popular candidates. In the Earth Realm, 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's cultivation time was too short. Even if he had astounding innate potential, a short cultivation time was still a huge disadvantage. Let's wait and see. Chapter 276. Among the direct disciples, there were 2 of them who were staring at Li Fuchen. One of them was Yuan Tian, the other was Lu Wuhuang. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the Azure Water sect, Yuan Tian was the #1 outer sect disciple, but he was surpassed by Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen became an inner sect disciple, Lu Wuhuang was like the sun in the sky, but he was also surpassed by Li Fuchen. As 5-star bone frames, the 2 of them should have been glorious, but Li Fuchen overtook them and overshadowed their brilliance. The pressure and humiliation caused Yuan Tian and Lu Wuhuang to improve at a rapid pace. They actually both stepped into the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Of course, Yuan Tian was able to step into the 6th level of the Earth Realm mainly because he obtained a star stone and consumed a mystic class, mid-tier elixir to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuhuang didn't obtain the star stone, but he did consume a mystic class, mid-tier elixir to increase his cultivation level. Elixirs that could increase one's cultivation level were extremely precious, but mystic class, mid-tier elixirs that could increase the cultivation level of the Earth Realm were countless times more precious. But the price was that the 2 of them would have to spend a lot of time to stabilize their cultivation levels, which was equivalent to overdrafting their future cultivation time. But in order to qualify for the sect selection tournament, everything was worth it. We must get top 4. Yuan Tian and Lu Wuhuang weren't willing to be shrouded in Li Fuchen's shadow for the rest of their lives. For the past 2 years, they spent all their time on cultivation and were much more diligent than before. This was their final chance. They might not be able to surpass Li Fuchen, but they had to at least catch up to Li Fuchen's footsteps. There were a total of 30 direct disciples in the tournament. 80% of them were gold-class direct disciples, while the remaining 20% were silver-class direct disciples. These 20% of silver-class direct disciples were only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm and were just here to make up the numbers. The Stars ranking tournament required participants to be below the age of 35. For silver-class direct disciples to reach the 6th level of the Earth Realm before the age of 35, it was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Many of them relied on elixirs and other methods to forcefully increase their cultivation level just to participate in the sect selection tournament. Seeing that all the participating direct disciples had arrived, Zhao Wujin stood up and announced loudly, "The sect selection competition has officially begun. The competition will be an elimination system. If you accumulate 4 losses, you will be disqualified from the competition. I hope that all of you will do your best in every match." The Azure Water sect only had 4 slots to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. If they were to lose 4 matches, their ranking would naturally be below the 4th place and it was impossible for them to enter the top 4. Below the stage, the judge took out 2 wooden lots from the box and announced, "First round, Yuan Tian vs Tanimo Yuan Tian." Li Fuchen sized up Yuan Tian. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Li Fuchen's chi presence was much more profound. It seemed like Li Fuchen had improved a lot during these 2 years. After all, Li Fuchen was a 5-star bone frame and his innate potential wasn't inferior to Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and the others. On the stage, Yuan Tian and Tan Mo fought. Tan Mo was 28 years old this year and was a gold-class direct disciple with an elite 4-star bone frame. Bang 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 bang, everyone originally thought that Yuan Tian wasn't a match for Tan Mo. But after 100 moves, not only did Yuan Tian not fall into a disadvantageous position, he actually had the upper hand. This child isn't bad. This rate of improvement seems to be much stronger than Qin Yuanhu back then. Many of the inner sect elders nodded. After a few hundred moves, Yuan Tian defeated Tan Mo in a single blade and won the first match. The second match was Li Fuchen's and his opponent was a silver class direct disciple. Perhaps he wanted to witness Li Fuchen's ability, as this silver class direct disciple didn't give up. Li Shidi, please enlighten me. The youth's eyes flashed. Please. Li Fuchen nodded. TSS. The sky was filled with sword shadows as the dense sword chi was like the bleak autumn wind. It was mournful and filled with murderous intent. To be able to become a direct disciple, none of them were mortals. At least in front of the inner sect disciples, the youth's sword art had already reached a state where they couldn't see through. They felt that a simple trace of sword chi would be enough to turn them into blood mist. Li Fuchen brandished his sword. There was a flash of sword light and the sword shadow scattered. The youth took a few steps back and there was a trace of blood on his throat. Many thanks for Li Shidi's mercy. The youth blushed with shame. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything. Li Shidi is too profound and unfathomable. A simple sword was able to defeat his opponent. Everyone praised. The third match was Lu Wuhuang and his opponent was also a silver class direct disciple. Seemingly wanting to contest with Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang also defeated his opponent in a single blade. But those who were observant would be able to see that Lu Wuhuang's sword art wasn't as untraceable as Li Fuchen's and was purely using strength to suppress his opponent. The fourth and fifth matches. Soon enough, there was only one match left in this round. For the first 14 matches, half of the matches were carried out very quickly. Among them, Sword Maniac Li Xiangru, Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu, Emotionless Sword Xue Feng, and a few others were all defeated in a single blade. The disparity between the two sides was so huge that it couldn't be measured. The 15th match was between Bu Qingsong and a gold class direct disciple. On the contest stage, there was a brilliant sword light that was like a blazing sun. Bu Qingsong's opponent was defeated in a clean manner. Even the black gold sword was sent flying and his clothes were torn. Being at the peak level of the earth realm, Bu Qingsong didn't need to use his exquisite sword art to defeat his opponent. He just had to release a little of his qi to injure his opponent with his sword qi. Such strength. Apart from Sword Maniac Shixiang and Sword Tiger Shixiang, no one else is a match for Bu Shixiang. Not necessarily. Xue Shixiang's cultivation is also at the 8th level of the earth realm and might not be inferior to Bu Shixiang. Xue Shixiang and Bu Shixiang might have a match. As for the victor, we will only know after they fight. Most of the people didn't think that Li Fuchen was a match for Bu Qingsong as the disparity between their cultivation levels was too great. The second round of the tournament began. First match, Li Fuchen against Yuan Tian. During the Outer Sect era, two of the most dazzling prodigies were going against each other in the first match. Different times meant different mental states. Right now, in Li Fuchen's eyes, Yuan Tian was no different from a regular direct disciple. Back then when they were contending for the number 1 Outer Sect disciple, it was already like a fleeting cloud, as though it was something that happened in the previous lifetime. One blade, it was still one blade. The astounding Yuan Tian was defeated by Li Fuchen in a single blade. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely speechless. It wasn't that Yuan Tian wasn't valiant enough, it was because Li Fuchen's improvement was too fast. In just a few short years, he had already surpassed all other prodigies of the same level. The Stars ranking tournament was held once every 3 years. Normally speaking, 25 years old and above was the optimal age to participate. But Li Fuchen was only 20 years old. To participate in the Stars ranking tournament at the age of 20 was undoubtedly too much ahead of time. Such a situation would normally only happen to heaven-defying 5-star and 6-star bone frames. Perhaps in the next stars ranking tournament, Yuan Tian might have the chance to enter the stars ranking. But not now. He is no longer of the same world as us. Gao Changtian, who was also one of the top 10 outer sect disciples, sighed. Wu Qingmei nodded and felt complicated as well. Even though he was unwilling, but Yuan Tian was already mentally prepared. He just couldn't believe it previously. Right now, he couldn't help but believe that the current him had a huge gap with Li Fuchen. Not only did he not close the gap, he was even further away. In the third round of the tournament, Lu Wuhuang was defeated by emotionless sword Xue Feng. As compared to Xue Feng, Lu Wuhuang's maturity was still lacking. After all, Xue Feng was also a 5-star bone frame. At the end of the fourth round of the tournament, all the silver-class direct disciples were eliminated. Apart from that, there were also 2 gold-class direct disciples who were eliminated. Chapter 277. In the first match of the 5th round, after Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen went against Lu Wuhuang. From the previous matches, it was obvious that Lu Wuhuang's ability was much stronger than Yuan Tian. After all, Lu Wuhuang was 2 years older than Yuan Tian and had 2 more years of cultivation time. Generally speaking, one's cultivation level could be forcefully increased using external items. But when it came to the Sword Dao Foundation, external items wouldn't be of much use. Up until now, Lu Wuhuang had only lost 1 match, while Yuan Tian had already lost 3 matches. On the contest stage, Lu Wuhuang had a grave expression. He knew that Li Fuchen passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, but he didn't have the ability to do so. But this didn't mean that he had to admit defeat. He could withstand the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower for a period of time, and he assumed that he wasn't too far off from Li Fuchen, who had just passed the 3rd floor. What's more, the Direct Inheritance Tower mostly tested one's attack power. If one's attack power wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to defeat the demonic beasts. But in a battle between martial artists, it wasn't just about attack power, it was more important if one's sword art was exquisite. Take this. Lu Wuhuang's body flashed and lifted the black gold sword in his hand. The brilliant sword qi split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the dense sword qi was like a locust swarm that enveloped Li Fuchen. Dense, boundless, and tyrannical. This was the feeling that Lu Wuhuang's sword art gave off. And this sword art was known by many of the Azure Water sect's direct disciples. This sword art was a mystic class mid-tier sword art, shadow split sword art. What's more, Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword intent was obviously at the matured stage and was unfathomable. I wonder how he is going to counter it. A few of the gold class direct disciples who passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower were staring at Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a 5-star bone frame. A pity that he is facing me. Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Once the sword was brandished, sparks danced in the sky. Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword qi was cleanly broken. PFFF. The qi protection was broken and a starfire blasted Lu Wuhuang away, charring his clothes. They were both mystic class mid-tier sword arts, but Li Fuchen's starfire sword style was at least 2 folds more exquisite than Lu Wuhuang's. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could just use this blade to obliterate Lu Wuhuang. Incredible. The pupils of all the true disciples shrank. Li Fuchen neutralized the shadow split sword style with ease, just like an adult dealing with a child. Unknowingly, the preliminaries had progressed to the 9th round. At this moment, there were only 16 people left who had not been eliminated. Yuan Tian had long been eliminated, while Lu Wuhuang had already lost 3 rounds. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had defeated several gold-class direct disciples who had passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. His strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the 7th match of the 9th round, Li Fuchen took the stage again. This time, his opponent was the Azure Water Sect's number 5 direct disciple, Lu Yuan, who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Lu Yuan had already passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower more than a year ago. When facing Li Fuchen, he spoke with a relaxed expression. Li Shidi sure has some good methods. To have such strength at such a young age. If I had another year or so, I might not be a match for Li Shidi. His strength was not much weaker than Xue Feng, the only difference was that he had not created a mystic-class mid-tier killer move. Make your move. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Then be careful, junior brother Li. The black gold sword in Lu Yuan's hand trembled, and countless dazzling sword flowers blossomed. Mystic class mid-tier sword art. Embroidered sword art. A mystic class mid-tier sword art that was executed by a 9th level of the Earth Realm. It was at least 2-fold stronger than Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword art. In comparison, Li Fuchen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm, which was 3 levels lower than Lu Yuan. Right now, the 3-star secret technique, mystical dragon secret technique, and primary clear hand weren't considered trump cards anymore. Most of the participants had a 3-star secret technique. But Li Fuchen didn't plan to use the Black Iron Sword Essence secret technique, neither did he plan to use an even more incredible sword art or kill move. With his astounding awareness, he was able to instantly see through the flaws of Lu Yuan's sword art. By targeting the flaws, Li Fuchen was able to counter them with little effort. It was still the Starfire Sword technique, but this time, the Starfire Sword technique was too dazzling. It was as though someone had sent a bonfire flying with a single palm strike. Within the bonfire, there were thousands of sparks that were dancing and spinning. It was unbelievably beautiful and also unbelievably dangerous. Completion rank Mystic class mid-tier sword intent. On the rostrum, Zhao Wujin blurted out. The so-called completion rank Mystic class mid-tier sword intent meant that it was close to the level of a Mystic class high-tier sword intent. At this stage, it meant that Li Fuchen had pushed the Mystic class mid-tier sword art to the extremity. If he pushed it further, it would metamorphose into a Mystic class high-tier sword art. Furthermore, his awareness. Ouyang Wintian's eyes were extremely sharp and he could clearly feel that Li Fuchen had seen through the flaws of Lu Yuan's sword art. Bang boom. Lu Yuan's sword art was brilliant, but Li Fuchen's sword art was several times more brilliant. Like a bubble that was burst, Lu Yuan's sword art crumbled upon contact and wasn't able to threaten Li Fuchen. Lu Yuan's eyes contracted. Splendid cluster of flowers. Lu Yuan burst out with the finishing move of the splendid cluster sword art. Layers of sword flowers were like a sea of flowers that surged at Li Fuchen. Ceaseless swirling flow. Li Fuchen's sword stance changed from the Starfire sword art to the swirling flow sword art. The swirling sword light was like a scarlet stream of water that devoured the sea of flowers before exploding violently. Rumble. Lu Yuan was involuntarily sent flying and landed below the martial stage. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen replied. Lu Yuan's expression changed several times before his eyes finally dimmed. He was utterly convinced of his defeat. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was too high. The terrifying thing was that Li Fuchen was only 20 years old. To have such sword art accomplishments at the age of 20, even sword maniac Li Xiangru was far inferior. No wonder Li Fuchen was accepted as a personal disciple by the #1 mystic martial expert. Li Fuchen wasn't someone that Lu Yuan could guess. Too strong. The rest of the gold-class direct disciples that passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower shook their heads and were rather dispirited. Originally, they still had a trace of hope to fight for the top 4 spots. But now, the only trace of hope was gone. Right now, only sword maniac Li Xiangru, sword tiger Qin Yuanhu, emotionless sword Xue Feng, Bu Qingsong, and Li Fuchen could compete for the top 4 spots. The rest of the people weren't qualified. He has some ability. Bu Qingsong had a grave expression too. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was too high, and it was very likely that he had already created a mystic class mid-tier kill move. As such, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to defeat Li Fuchen. In the 8th match of the 9th round, Chen Yuanhu against Xue Feng. After clashing for dozens of moves, Chen Yuanhu defeated Xue Feng in a single blade. In the first match of the 10th round, sword maniac Li Xiangru went against Chen Yuanhu. In just 3 blades, Chen Yuanhu was defeated. In the third match of the 10th round, Li Fuchen went against Bu Qingsong. They are going against each other. Everyone's eyes were wide open. One of them was a veteran direct disciple and was the #1 direct disciple in the Azure Water sect during his prime. He might have been surpassed by sword maniac Li Xiangru, but Bu Qingsong's strength was undeniable. Furthermore, his cultivation was the highest among everyone and was at the peak level of the Earth realm. One of them was the most dazzling prodigy in the Azure Water sect. Apart from his weak cultivation, he was undoubtedly the best of the best in all aspects. The match between the two of them was definitely historic. Chapter 278. Bu Qingsong sized up Li Fuchen and smiled. Li Shidi has good skills. You are able to jump 3 levels and defeat Lu Yuan Shidi. It truly surprised me. Bu Qingsong truly admired Li Fuchen. In the Earth realm, the 3 levels weren't easy to overcome, let alone the 6th level to the 9th level of the Earth realm. Senior brother Bu, you flatter me. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. Seeing the situation, Bu Qingsong's eyes turned grave. Li Fuchen's expression made him feel uneasy, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. He hoped that it was just his misconception. Junior Li, please enlighten me. Bu Qingsong burst out with a yell and burst out with his peak-level Earth realm cultivation. On the martial stage, the air exploded and the intense wind blew Li Fuchen's hair and clothes to flutter. It felt as though he was going to be blown away at any moment. Being at the peak stage of the Earth realm was too tyrannical. Coupled with the 3-star secret technique, Bu Qingsong's chi presence was close to that of a Heaven realm martial artist. Regular low-leveled Earth realm martial artists would probably collapse under the suppression of Bu Qingsong's chi presence. They wouldn't have any battle intent or fighting spirit left. Too powerful. Is Li Fuchen a match? Everyone held their breaths. This level of battle wasn't something they could judge. Li Fuchen's strength was obvious, but Bu Qingsong's strength seemed to be even stronger. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. Beside Zhao Wujin, the tall and thin man shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Wujin smiled and said, Protector Luo, that may not be the case. Protector Luo looked at Zhao Wujin with surprise. Elder Zhao seems to be very confident in Li Fuchen. Zhao Wujin smiled mysteriously. This kid isn't that simple. After a few interactions, Zhao Wujin had some understanding of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wasn't as ostentatious as some of the disciples. He was like an unfathomable pool of water. Normally, no one would know his depth. Bu Qingsong was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, everyone knew his background very well. As for Li Fuchen, no one knew of his trump card. Hee, then let's wait and see. Protector Luo smiled faintly. Take this. Bu Qingsong unsheathed his dark gold sword. Immediately after, there was a massive sword shadow that was like a thunderbolt that was violently striking at Li Fuchen. Profound level middle tier sword art, Raging Thunder sword art. His sword was like thunder and lightning, it was extremely fierce. Bu Qingsong was confident that other than a few people, no one would be able to withstand his sword. Even if they could withstand the first sword, it would be impossible for them to withstand the second sword. The peak stage of the Earth realm is indeed extraordinary. The mystical dragon secret technique was activated and the 16th rank of the true Inferno technique was circulated. Li Fuchen's chi presence rushed into the sky and resisted Bu Qingsong's chi presence. At the same moment, Li Fuchen released his second Mystic Class mid-tier kill move, Sword Explosion. This aura. The eyes of the other protector next to Protector Luo widened. With his first-level reincarnation realm cultivation, how could he not see that Li Fuchen's true Burning Heaven technique had already reached the 16th rank? Unbelievable. Among our Azure Water sect's direct disciples, only Li Xiangru and a few others managed to cultivate their Mystic Class, peak-tier cultivation technique to the 15th rank. The rest of them seemed to be at the 14th rank or even lower. I didn't expect this child to catch up and reach the 16th rank. One of the Supreme Elders nodded. A high Sword Dao perception could only dominate the Azure Water sect. But if one had a high perception in other aspects, then it would be incredible. You are worth teaching. The smile on Ouyang Wintian's face was getting wider. The stronger Li Fuchen's perception, it meant that Li Fuchen's future was bright and the chances of setbacks would be smaller. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would at least reach the peak level of the Heaven Realm. If he could reach the Reincarnation Realm, it would be extremely terrifying and it wouldn't be a problem to sweep across regular Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Rumble. When the Violent Thunder Sword Art and the Kill Move, Sword Explosion clashed together, the martial stage shook while Bu Qingsong and Li Fuchen each took 7 or 8 steps back. Alright, receive another move from me, Thunderstorm Dance. Bu Qingsong wielded his sword with both hands and slashed at Li Fuchen with thunderous sword chi. The prowess was extremely horrifying. Sword flow. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, dozens of sword chi burst out and shredded the thunderous sword chi. He actually created 2 Mystic Class mid-tier kill moves. Bu Qingsong's expression changed. Every kill move was extreme. Therefore, it might be strong in a certain aspect, but it would be much weaker in other aspects. For example, his first move, Clear Sky Thunder Blast, Sword Flow wasn't easy to block. As for the second move, Thunderstorm Dance, Sword Explosion wasn't easy to block either. If Li Fuchen only created 1 Mystic Class mid-tier kill move, he would only be able to block one of Bu Qingsong's swords and wouldn't be able to block the other sword. Creating 2 Mystic Class mid-tier kill moves. Not bad, not bad. Protector Luo smiled and nodded. Zhao Wujin also nodded, this child's perception is enough to surpass everything. Protector Luo shook his head, Bu Qingsong hasn't executed his kill move yet. Let's see. In any case, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat Bu Qingsong. Even if Li Fuchen created the 3rd Mystic Class mid-tier kill move, it probably wouldn't be enough. Bu Qingsong was merely executing a Mystic Class mid-tier sword art and already had such power. Once he burst out with his kill move, the power would increase drastically and it wasn't just a small increase. Li Fuchen, you are indeed formidable. But if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated next. Bu Qingsong was very confident. After the 2 exchanges earlier, he had a rough understanding of Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Thunder Devour. Bu Qingsong's chi burst out and when he cleaved with his sword, the violent sword chi expanded into a sphere and blasted at Li Fuchen. The spherical thunder sword chi was more tyrannical and violent than imagined. Even the martial stage had cracks and it was unprecedented. Full moon. But right at this moment, Li Fuchen's 3rd Mystic Class mid-tier kill move had also been executed. In the void, the shadow of a fiery full moon appeared, and then it slashed at the ball-shaped lightning sword chi. Crackle. The horrific spherical thunder sword chi was actually slashed apart by the fiery red full moon. The scattered sword chi was wreaking havoc on both sides of Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that it couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. But that fiery red full moon didn't diminish and continued to slash at Bu Qingsong. Impossible. Bu Qingsong's eyes widened and he executed his step art. The void flickered with electric arcs as he dodged the fiery red full moon. Mystic Class low-tier step art. Rapid Thunder Step. It was a pity that Bu Qingsong was fast but Li Fuchen was faster. he instantly appeared on the right side of Bu Qingsong and executed his sword flow kill move. Dozens of sword lights drowned Bu Qingsong. PFFF. After getting hit by a few sword lights, Bu Qingsong vomited blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. Li Fuchen was victorious. This kill move is actually so incredible. Protector Luo was moved. A regular Mystic class mid-tier kill move wouldn't have such power. But Li Fuchen's full moon kill move was extremely exquisite and was obviously a Mystic class high-tier sword move. If the sword intent was also at the Mystic class high tier, then this kill move would evolve into a regular Mystic class high tier kill move and would be even more formidable than a regular Mystic class high tier sword art. This child isn't a dark horse, he has the strength of a monarch. One of the supreme elders praised. Chapter 279. The fourth match of the 10th round, Li Xiangru against Xue Feng. Xue Feng was defeated with a single sword strike. Until now, no one was able to make sword maniac Li Xiangru use the fourth sword. Only sword tiger Qin Yuanhu was able to make him use the third sword. The 10th round ended. The 11th round began. Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng faced off. Whether or not Bu Qingsong could defeat Xue Feng was the key to entering the top 4. If he was defeated by Xue Feng, it meant that he wasn't a match for Qin Yuanhu, let alone Li Xiangru. With the addition of Li Fuchen, he would only be ranked 5th. The battle was intense. Among the 5 of them, Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng's abilities were the closest. The battle between the two of them was undoubtedly a battle of equal strength. It would not be an easy task for either of them to emerge victorious. They would have to exchange a few hundred blows. First was the clash of sword techniques, then the clash of killer moves. Finally, it was a battle of movement techniques and footwork. This battle made everyone cry out in satisfaction. After 500 moves, Bu Qingsong was defeated by Xue Feng. His strength was actually slightly stronger than Xue Feng, but in terms of battle awareness, he was much weaker than Xue Feng. The next match was Li Fuchen against Qin Yuanhu. One of them was called Sword Demon, while the other was called Sword Tiger. This battle was going to be more intense than any of the others he had fought before. That was what everyone thought. Li Shidi, please. Qin Yuanhu didn't dare to belittle Li Fuchen and even subconsciously feared Li Fuchen. Senior brother Qin, please. Li Fuchen had a calm expression and didn't have a trace of nervousness. Do your best, senior brother Qin. Senior brother Qin will definitely win. In the spectator stands, the group of inner sect disciples suddenly burst into a huge commotion. Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu had been famous in the Azure Water sect for a long time and naturally had plenty of admirers. Right now, all of them couldn't help but cheer for him. Senior brother Li is invincible. Senior brother Li is invincible. Qin Yuanhu had admirers, Li Fuchen naturally had admirers too, and Li Fuchen's admirers were even crazier than Qin Yuanhu's admirers. It was different from Qin Yuanhu, who had been famous for a long time. Li Fuchen hadn't been famous for a long time, but he was much more dazzling than Qin Yuanhu. The world worshipped experts, especially experts like Li Fuchen who rose like a comet. Yuan Tiger Kill. Qin Yuanhu immediately executed his kill move. A giant tiger shadow appeared out of nowhere and blasted at Li Fuchen. Full Moon. A fiery red full moon appeared as Li Fuchen executed his third Mystic class mid-tier kill move, Full Moon. Rumble. The two killer moves clashed, rocks flew everywhere on the battle stage, cracks could be seen everywhere. Tiger splitting kill. Qin Yuanhu shouted, his second profound grade middle-tier killer move erupted. This killer move was created in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Its lethality was much stronger and more extreme than the Vitality Tiger Kill. In the void, an even more ferocious giant tiger shadow shot at Li Fuchen. The rest of the giant tiger's shadow was rather blurry, but its front claws were malevolent and sharp. They crisscrossed and clawed at Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen was clawed, he would be torn into pieces. Li Fuchen had a smile on his face. Looks like I have to reveal some of my abilities. Li Fuchen didn't want to reveal the 4-star secret technique, Black Iron Sword Essence yet, so he could only reveal the Blaze Devil Sword art. He raised the black gold sword in his hand slightly and suddenly stabbed out. In the next moment, the scarlet sword aura exploded like magma, dispelling Qin Yuanhu's killer move, splitting Tiger Kill. The terrifying residual force of the sword move sent Qin Yuanhu flying. Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. All the upper echelons took a deep cold breath. Regular Heaven Realm martial artists weren't able to comprehend a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. Even if Li Fuchen was an outstanding genius, he was only 20 years old and he was actually able to comprehend a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent, the Blaze Devil Sword Intent. It could be said that only by comprehending a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent, an Earth Realm martial artist would have the hope to defeat a Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, the prerequisite was to be at the peak level of the Earth Realm. Otherwise, a Heaven Realm martial artist's chi presence was enough to restrain one. Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng's eyes shrank. They never would have thought that Li Fuchen could comprehend a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. This meant that Li Fuchen was already on a different level from them. Bu Qingsong was speechless and immediately let out a bitter smile. To think that he wanted to defeat Li Fuchen before the competition. It was simply a pipe dream. In the audience seats, the inner sect disciples might be confused, but it didn't stop them from understanding the power of Li Fuchen's sword move. Even someone as formidable as Qin Yuanhu was instantly defeated by this sword move. It was imaginable that this sword move must have reached an extremely high level. This child's perception is unprecedented in our Azure Water sect. One of the supreme elders praised. Indeed. Ouyang Wentian nodded. At the side, Zhao Wujin was smiling till his eyes were squinted. He might have some guesses beforehand, but when his guesses became reality, he was still shocked. Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent Huh? Zhao Mingyue's eyes were extremely bright. She couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen comprehended a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. She herself couldn't even comprehend a Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Intent. As Li Fuchen defeated Qin Yuanhu, the top 4 and top 2 were already decided. But a tournament was still a tournament. Even if the rest of the tournament was meaningless, it still had to be carried out to the end. What's more, in everyone's eyes, the upcoming tournament was probably the most meaningful. Because Sword Demon Li Fuchen and Sword Maniac Li Xiangru were about to battle. These two individuals could be said to be the Azure Water sect's rare sword Dao prodigies. The battle between the two of them would decide who was the Azure Water sect's youth generation's king. On the contest stage, Li Xiangru and Li Fuchen stood 10 meters apart. Li Xiangru had a calm expression and didn't have a grave expression just because Li Fuchen comprehended a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he thought of something. Li Shidi, I originally thought that no one could force me to use my ultimate ability. From the looks of it now, you are the only one. Li Xiangru said indifferently. Li Fuchen replied, Li Shixiang, please enlighten me. Receive my move. Li Xiangru didn't hold back and unsheathed his black gold sword. The sword chi was like a torrent as it burst out at Li Fuchen. That instant sword intent was so intense that the spectators behind Li Fuchen felt their scalp go numb and felt as though they couldn't breathe. Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. Another Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. The sword art that Li Xiangru executed was actually the Mystic Class High-Tier Torrent Sword style. Its sword intent was naturally the Torrent Sword Intent. After spending half a year in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, it was impossible for Li Xiangru to not have any gains. Not only did he create the third Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill move, he also comprehended the Torrent Sword Intent. Sincere to the sword, infatuated with the sword. No wonder he is the sword maniac. On the rostrum, Ouyang Wentian and the others' eyes lit up. They were shocked that Li Fuchen comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. They were equally shocked that Li Xiangru comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Li Fuchen seems to be in danger. Right now, even Zhao Wujin was frowning. Both of them comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent, but Li Xiangru's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, while Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. The difference of 3 levels wasn't so easy to make up for. Chapter 280. With his powerful awareness, Li Fuchen was able to easily see the flaws in Li Xiangru's sword art. Apart from that, Li Xiangru's torrent sword intent was only at the initial stage, while Li Fuchen's blaze devil sword intent was at the matured stage. With the two of them stacking together, it was enough to make up for the difference of 3 levels. Li Xiangru's brows lifted. How could he, who was obsessed with the sword, not know that Li Fuchen's every sword move was targeted at the flaws of his sword art? It was truly unimaginable. One must know that Li Xiangru was confident that even if he were to face a Heaven Realm martial artist, his flaws wouldn't be seen through. Is this the reason why he was accepted as a pro-disciple by the first odd warrior? Li Xiangru immediately recalled the test of awareness in the mystic martial hidden domain. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's awareness had already reached an extremely horrific stage. Li Fuchen's awareness was much more horrific than what Li Xiangru had imagined. But no matter how horrific the awareness was, the body had to keep up. Right now, Li Fuchen's awareness was powerful, but his body couldn't keep up. Otherwise, a single blade would have been enough to defeat or even kill Li Xiangru. Ocean Rapids. Li Xiangru burst out with the finishing move of the torrential sword style. The violent sword qi was like a turbulent long river, slashing at Li Fuchen from all angles. Fiery Devil Killing Shadow. With a burst of scarlet red light, Li Fuchen executed the finishing move of the Blaze Devil sword art. Boom boom boom. The sword qi collided with each other, and a terrifying shockwave tore the martial stage apart. Too strong. Just the aftermath of the sword qi is enough to shatter my body. A true disciple was dumbfounded. Li Fuchen stood on a protruding piece of wreckage of the martial stage. His qi presence might not be as boundless as the sword maniac, but it was filled with absolute sharpness. On a slightly shorter piece of wreckage, Li Xiangru's mouth was overflowing with blood. In the clash of ultimate moves, he had lost by half a level. The opponent's awareness was too sharp, and the sword qi was all-pervasive, breaking through his defense. Seeing this scene, how could everyone not know that Li Fuchen had the upper hand? At this moment, everyone's emotions surged. It was as if they were watching a king of the sword rise up with great strength. No one could stop him. A new legend has been born. Chen Fanghua murmured. In the past, sword maniac Li Xiangru was a legend. Right now, Li Fuchen was a new legend. He's too dazzling. Wu Qingmei whispered. Gao Changtian nodded. Indeed, Li Fuchen's rise was too rapid, so rapid that they didn't know how to express their feelings. Not too long ago, they were still on the same level. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already left everyone behind and stepped onto the peak of the mountain alone. It was a sad thing to be his opponent. As for being his friend, it was a very bitter thing. If they couldn't keep up with him, who could be his opponent? Who could be his friend? Even if they were friends, they would only be ordinary friends. It was lonely at the top. True experts were always lonely. I wonder if Li Fuchen has tasted this kind of loneliness. If this child has a 5-star bone frame, when he reaches the pinnacle, no one in the East Unicorn continent will be a match. The oldest Supreme Elder was full of admiration and pity. A 1-star bone frame was ultimately still lacking. Furthermore, with such perception and a 5-star bone frame, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Ouyang Wentian said, perhaps a miracle might happen to him. In the East Unicorn continent, since ancient times, no one had ever heard of a one-star bone frame entering the reincarnation realm. It was only during the era where absolute experts were abundant that someone with a 3-star bone frame entered the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, it was said that that person obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Wujin thought to himself, Li Fuchen, how far can you go? On the shattered contest stage, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru exchanged moves again. This time, Li Fuchen had an even greater advantage. Because Li Fuchen used his movement technique. In terms of sword Dao, Li Xiangru and Li Fuchen were extremely close. But in terms of other martial Daos, Li Xiangru wasn't just one level inferior to Li Fuchen. After over a dozen moves, Li Xiangru vomited blood and retreated. Under Li Fuchen's severe attacks, it was already very difficult for him to withstand over a dozen moves. Let's end this battle here. Victor, Li Fuchen. With Ouyang Wentian's indication, Xiao Wujin stood up. Be it Li Fuchen or Li Xiangru, they were both the Azure Water sect's main force for the stars ranking, and it wouldn't be good if any of them were to be injured. Furthermore, how could they not see that Li Xiangru had already gone all out, while Li Fuchen seemed to be at ease and had yet to reveal his trump card? Senior Li Fuchen 1. Becoming the sect's first true disciple at the age of 20 is unprecedented. I'm already 30 years old, and I'm still an inner sect disciple. Comparisons are odious. The audience was in an uproar. 20 years old was the maximum age for an outer sect disciple to become an inner sect disciple. If one wasn't able to become an inner sect disciple by the age of 20, it was basically impossible to become an inner sect disciple in this lifetime. But Li Fuchen, at the age of 20, became the #1 direct disciple. In the following matches, Li Fuchen defeated Xue Feng, Chen Yuanhu defeated Bu Qingsong, and Li Xiangru defeated Bu Qingsong. At this point, 4 candidates were born. They were Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng. The first 2 were Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. These 2 star stones are the rewards for the 2 of you. Use them well. As the sect selection tournament ended, Xiao Wujin waved his hand and shot 2 star stones at Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. After receiving the star stones, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru cupped their hands and thanked. The star stone was very mystical. No matter where you were, once you crushed it, you would immediately be teleported to the Star Road hidden domain. It wasn't restricted by the spatial zone. As time flowed, 3 days had passed since the sect selection tournament. During these 3 days, no matter which corner it was, there would be people discussing about the sect selection tournament that happened 3 days ago. #1 direct disciple, Li Fuchen. Sword Demon, Li Fuchen. Azure Water Sword Sun, Li Fuchen. The topic of discussion was naturally Li Fuchen. Seeing was believing. No matter how brilliant Li Fuchen was on the outside, it was all just hearsay. No one knew if there was any exaggeration in between. In comparison, they would rather believe their own eyes. At the same time, the Heaven Fiends sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect had all ended their sect selection tournament. Similar to the Azure Water sect, the 3 major sects only had 4 slots each. Among the 4 slots for the Heaven Fiends sect, Yan Qinggu was impressively in the list. What's more, Yan Qinggu was the same as Li Fuchen. She broke the Heaven Fiends sect's record and became the youngest #1 direct disciple in the history of the Heaven Fiends sect. In comparison, Yan Qinggu was even younger as she was only 18 years old this year. A 6-star bone frame was the most persuasive at any time. If a sect had to choose between Li Fuchen and a 6-star bone frame, most of the sects would probably choose the 6-star bone frame. It was already late at night. Li Fuchen crushed the star stone in his hand and instantly entered the Star Road hidden domain. The only things that restricted him now were time and cultivation. Time was something that no one could force. But there were plenty of ways to compensate for cultivation. The Star Road hidden domain was definitely the method that had the least side effects. I wonder which stage of the Star Road I can pass this time. Chapter 281. The first stage, the second stage, all the way until the fourth stage, Li Fuchen didn't waste much effort and easily passed through. It was only on the fifth Star Road that he felt slightly pressured. After all, this Star Road was his limit back then. After passing the fifth stage, Li Fuchen arrived at the sixth Star Road. At the sixth Star Road, Li Fuchen didn't walk for long before he was pressed down and teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain. This time, Li Fuchen could feel that the pressure was reduced by half. It seemed that the second time he ventured into the Star Road hidden domain would be much easier. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's cultivation had also increased by one level. The horrific Star Road chi field pressured Li Fuchen. After spending a long time, Li Fuchen arrived at the sixth isolated island, which was also the location of the sixth stage. To Li Fuchen's surprise, the sixth stage didn't have any tests. The moment he arrived, 32 portions of Star Road energy descended from the starry sky and poured into Li Fuchen's body. Feeling the boundless Star Road energy within his body, Li Fuchen thought to himself, the sixth stage has 32 portions of Star Road energy. The seventh stage has 64 portions of Star Road energy. I reckon it should be enough for me to break through to the seventh level of the Earth realm. If one utilized too much of the Star Road's power, the body would develop resistance. Li Fuchen had already relied on the Star Road's power to directly increase his cultivation level by 2 levels and indirectly increase his cultivation level by 1 level. If he wanted to continue breaking through, the consumption of the Star Road's power would undoubtedly be massive. Of course, the prerequisite was for Li Fuchen to pass the seventh stage. If not, the current Star Road power wasn't enough for Li Fuchen to break through to the seventh level of the Earth realm. Arriving at the seventh Star Road, the horrific Star Road chi field made Li Fuchen's heart flutter. What a terrifying place. Li Fuchen felt as though he had arrived at the darkest place. Had it not been for his powerful spirit will, his spirit would have collapsed and he would have been teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain. Perhaps after experiencing the baptism of the sixth mystic martial door, Li Fuchen realized that his endurance was much stronger. When he was halfway through the journey, he was still able to persist and didn't reach his limits. When he was about to reach the seventh island, he finally reached his limit. Sweat poured down like rain. Both his body and spirit were close to their limits. With every step, Li Fuchen felt as though a day had passed and it was extremely arduous. Bang! The seventh isolated island was just within reach. Li Fuchen took a single step and landed on the island with a dull thud. With the pressure gone, Li Fuchen held his knees with both hands and gasped heavily. As expected of the seventh Star Road. It's so difficult. After a while, Li Fuchen just slowed down. Arriving at the center of the lone island, Li Fuchen's Star Road energy surged with the support of 64 portions of Star Road energy. All right. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The energy of the Star Road allowed him to sense the bottleneck in advance. Right now, with his senses, the bottleneck of the seventh level of the Earth realm was like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. Li Fuchen immediately sat cross-legged and began to revolve the 16th rank True Inferno technique. After consuming a large number of elixirs, Li Fuchen's cultivation was climbing steadily. Later stage of the 6th level of the Earth realm, peak stage of the 6th level of the Earth realm, and the limits of the 6th level of the Earth realm. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had a large number of elixirs with him. There were plenty of elixirs that could increase chi. Otherwise, just the Star Road energy wouldn't be enough to break through. The power of the Star Road was similar to the power of one's state of mind. It could only enhance a martial artist's mental state. Boom! Not knowing how many elixirs he consumed, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th level of the Earth realm. Not only did his qi quantity increase by a huge margin, but his qi quality had also increased by a huge margin. At the Earth realm, there was a huge gap between each level. At the Heavenly Dipper realm, the gap between each stage was even greater. It was said that once one reached the reincarnation realm, the difficulty of skipping levels to battle would increase to an unimaginable degree. Take the Azure Water sect for example. The Supreme Elder's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm, while the sect Patriarch Ouyang Wentian was at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm, the Protector was at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm, and there wasn't a single 4th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. This was also one of the reasons why the Azure Waters sect was weaker than the Heaven Fiends sect. The Heaven Fiends sect had an existence at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. When Li Fuchen was challenging the Star Road Hidden Domain, Li Xiangru had already exited the Star Road Hidden Domain. His cultivation had actually broken through from the 9th level of the Earth Realm to the peak level of the Earth Realm, making his ability even more robust. At their level, any improvement in any aspect was rare and precious. If the current Li Xiangru was to fight with the Li Fuchen from the sect selection tournament, without using the Black Iron Sword Essence, Li Fuchen would have to burst out with the Mystic Class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon, in order to contest with Li Xiangru. It was still unknown if he could defeat Li Xiangru. Of course, the reason why Li Xiangru was able to break through to the peak level of the Earth Realm so easily was mainly because he had previously used the Star Road energy to advance by 1 level, which indirectly increased his cultivation by 1 level. After all, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who was able to pass the 5th stage on his first attempt at the Star Road Hidden Domain and obtain so much Star Road energy. Arriving at the 8th segment of the Star Road, Li Fuchen felt an unprecedented pressure. The chi field of the Star Road was so powerful that it felt like a substance. At that moment, it felt as though there was a boundless viscous energy descending and enveloping Li Fuchen. After walking 100 steps, Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer and was teleported out of the Star Road Hidden Domain and back to his courtyard. This Star Road Hidden Domain is much more horrific than the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. It is a complete test of limits. Li Fuchen sighed. The 7th level of the Earth Realm is still a little lacking. Next up, I need to increase my sword intent in front of the sword monument. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the Stars ranking tournament. Putting aside his innate talent and perception, just in terms of cultivation level, he was far too lacking. By then, most of the elite contestants in the Stars ranking tournament would probably be at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. The 7th level of the Earth Realm would definitely be at the bottom of the bottom. What's more, above the 9th level of the Earth Realm, there was still the peak level of the Earth Realm and the half-step Heaven Realm. The so-called half-step Heaven Realm meant that one was already half a step into the Heaven Realm and was just lacking time. Of course, there were some who intentionally restricted their cultivation to the half-step Heaven Realm, in order to avoid stepping into the Heaven Realm too early and losing the qualifications to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. It was a known fact that there were great benefits in participating in the Stars ranking tournament. Everyone who was ranked in the Stars ranking would be rewarded with a Star Stone. The top 72, top 36, top 10, top 3, and first place would have even more rewards. Since Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had comprehended a Mystic Class high-tier sword intent, Li Fuchen didn't think that others wouldn't be able to comprehend a Mystic Class high-tier sword intent. He was afraid that there would be plenty of people who comprehended a Mystic Class high-tier sword intent. By then, his advantage would be very small. Arriving at the Sword Monument Canyon, Li Fuchen immediately began to wholeheartedly comprehend the sword intent. Chapter 282. There was less than a month before the Stars ranking tournament. The prodigies of the various major sects in the East Unicorn continent were all actively preparing for the tournament. Some of them were cultivating secret techniques, some were cultivating martial arts, and some were in seclusion, striving to break through one realm before the tournament. Heaven Fiend's sect, in a courtyard on a mountain peak occupied by the Yen clan. Qinggu, you are a rare prodigy of our Yen clan. You have to obtain the top 36 in this star's ranking tournament. Only by obtaining the top 36 will you be able to obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi and break through to the Heaven Dipper realm faster. Once you reach the Heaven Dipper realm, your cultivation speed will increase by several folds. Otherwise, even if you are a 6-star bone frame, you will still need a lot of time to become an expert. In the courtyard, a handsome middle-aged man with long hair stood with his hands behind his back and instructed the beautiful Yen Qinggu. Yen Qinggu nodded. Father, don't worry. Qinggu will definitely do it. Her father was the Yen clan head, Yen Baitian, and also the Heaven Fiend's sex protector. He was at the first level of reincarnation realm. How is the cultivation of the 4-star secret technique, Flying Swallow Slash, that I imparted to you? Yen Baitian inquired. The Yen clan was an established clan in the Heaven Fiend's sect and had deep foundations. They might not have 5-star secret techniques, but they still had 4-star secret techniques. Yen Qinggu said, Father, I have already cultivated the Flying Swallow Slash to the completion stage. Good. With the Flying Swallow Slash that is almost at the completion stage, it shouldn't be a problem for you to obtain the top 36. Yen Baitian laughed heartily. 4-star secret techniques were extremely powerful and the sub-completion stage was equivalent to a perfect 3-star secret technique. Eternal Spring Valley. One of the top sects in the East Unicorn continent. In a small and exquisite valley in the Eternal Spring Valley, Su Muyu was wielding a sickle and practicing a secret technique. Back in the tomb, she had also obtained a 6-star secret technique called Qi Gathering Dipper. It could condense Qi into Dipper Qi. The so-called Dipper Qi was unrelated to the Heaven Dipper realm. It was a type of Qi utilization, or it should be said that it was a higher grade of Qi. Some powerful cultivation techniques would cultivate Qi that was Dipper Qi. However, this level of cultivation technique was usually an earth-level cultivation technique. Only a few mystic class peak tier cultivation techniques could cultivate Dipper Qi, and they had to be at a very high rank. With the Qi condensing aura secret art, Rain's strength increased tremendously, even though she had just cultivated the Qi condensing aura secret art to the Azure Astral Realm. PFFF PFFF PFFF. In the valley, there were pieces of metal ores that were as tall as a human. With a swing of the scythe, the metal ores were cut open as if they were tofu. Ha! After 81 strikes, Rain's aura reached its peak. A layer of red light appeared on the scythe, and with the support of the red light, not only did Rain easily cut through the metal ores, but it also left a huge crack in the ground. Scarlet Dipper Realm. Joy flashed in Rain's eyes. There were a total of 4 realms of Qi gathering into Astral Dipper, namely Azure, Red, Yellow, and Black. Among them, Azure Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 3-star secret technique, Red Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 4-star secret technique, Yellow Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 5-star secret technique, and Black Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 6-star secret technique. With the Scarlet Dipper realm, I have a higher chance of getting into the top 10. Su Muyu's cultivation was already at the 9th level of the Earth realm, hence, her cultivation wasn't considered to be at a disadvantage. This was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Azure Water Sect. After spending less than 10 days, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent had finally progressed to the perfection rank and was extremely close to a Mystic class peak tier Sword Intent. I don't have many contribution points left. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Back then, he had 10 million contribution points and almost half of it was used to exchange for various resources. He had been using them until now and still had plenty left. Of course, it was mainly because he had obtained plenty of resources on the outside. As for the other half of the contribution points, they were almost all used up in the Sword Monument Canyon. 100,000 contribution points a day wasn't something that a regular person could afford. But the rewards are great too. The Meteor Sword Intent actually progressed again and is now at the Mystic class high tier. The Meteor Sword Intent was only a Mystic class low-tier sword intent, but it had advanced by 2 tiers, surpassing the Starfire Sword Intent, Rotating Flow Sword Intent, and the 9 Revolution Sword Intent. It was truly a miracle. The Mystic class high-tier Meteor Sword Intent speed and burst power had reached an extremely horrific stage. Li Fuchen had tried it before, and when the Meteor Sword Art's only move, Meteor Fall, was executed, the sword speed was extremely shocking. To a certain extent, it was even more dangerous than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. When the speed was faster than the opponent's reaction, a lot of things would lose their meaning. In this world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome but speed. The Meteor Sword Intent shall be my main sword intent, Li Fuchen thought to himself. His intuition told him that the Meteor Sword Intent's potential was astonishing and it couldn't be treated as a regular sword intent. It is time to break through the Sword Essence secret technique. Li Fuchen had never slacked off on the Sword Essence secret technique. In the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen had been researching the Bronze Sword Essence for a long time. The Bronze Sword Essence had a total of over 1,000 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns. Li Fuchen had already combined these 1,000 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns into 9 types of mystic class, mid-tier sword patterns. As long as these 9 types of mystic class, mid-tier sword patterns were combined into one mystic class, high-tier sword pattern, the bronze sword pattern would be formed. As time ticked by, with his astounding perception, Li Fuchen was getting closer to success. 3 types of sword patterns fused into one. 4 types of sword patterns fused into one. 5 types of sword patterns fused into one. Perhaps it was due to his robust accumulation and the fact that he had pushed the Blaze Devil Sword Intent to the completion rank, it allowed Li Fuchen to have a deeper understanding of sword patterns. There weren't any twists and turns when combining sword patterns. 7 types of sword patterns fused into one. 8 types of sword patterns fused into one. When the 9 types of sword patterns fused into one, Li Fuchen's body emitted a horrific chi presence. Be it a sword Dao master or a sword pattern master, it was actually a pursuit of the sword Dao. After mastering the bronze sword pattern, Li Fuchen was already considered a sword pattern master. At the same time, he was already able to create a mystic class sword art and was considered a sword Dao master. Right now, his body was emitting an even more unfathomable and terrifying chi presence. But soon enough, the terrifying chi presence was withdrawn and Li Fuchen returned to normal. Sword patterns are also a part of the sword Dao. After comprehending the bronze sword pattern, the benefits don't just seem to be an additional secret technique. Li Fuchen felt his mind surging with inspiration like a tide. At this moment, his sword Dao foundation had increased again and he was just waiting for a new burst. After mastering the bronze sword pattern, Li Fuchen started to condense the bronze sword pattern on his bones. The bones that were originally covered with black iron sword patterns were now being corroded by the bronze sword pattern. 5%. 10%. 20%. After a few days, 30% of Li Fuchen's bones that were covered with black iron sword patterns had been replaced by the bronze sword pattern. TSS. Raising his index and middle fingers, a wisp of bronze sword chi extended from Li Fuchen's fingertip. It was extremely sharp. The bronze sword chi is more than 2-fold stronger than the black iron sword chi. This is only a 30% condensed bronze sword pattern. Chapter 283. Azure Water Grand Hall, Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng were all here. At the seat of honor, Ouyang Wentian sat high up. Ouyang Wentian sized up Li Fuchen and nodded to himself. Li Fuchen, who had the lowest cultivation level, was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level might be rather low, but with Li Fuchen's valiant combat ability, it was already commendable. Li Fuchen naturally didn't break through to the 8th level of the Earth realm through normal cultivation. He consumed an elixir that increased his cultivation level. This elixir would affect his future cultivation. Originally, Li Fuchen would only need 1 or 2 years to advance from the 7th level of the Earth realm to the 9th level. After consuming this elixir, Li Fuchen would need at least 2 years to stay at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank was extremely high and his spirit will was extremely strong too, thus the side effects were relatively lesser. In addition, this side effect could be cleansed with the Star Road energy. Li Fuchen's body originally had some Star Road energy left. After cleansing a portion of the side effects, the Star Road energy had completely vanished and the side effects were reduced by almost half. The 4 of you are the 4 most talented individuals in our Azure Water sect. You are also the representatives of our Azure Water sect to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. This is the Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword bestowed to you by the sect. Familiarize yourselves with it. Ouyang Wentian waved his hand and shot 4 chilling lights at Li Fuchen and the others. Li Fuchen and the others moved with lightning speed and grabbed onto the chilling lights. The chilling light was a sheathed long sword. When the sword was drawn, a razor-sharp sword chi was emitted. Even without the injection of chi, it still gave off a bone-chilling intent. Great sword! Li Fuchen praised. He had seen Mystic class, high-tier artifact swords on the outside. A single Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword would cost at least a few 100,000 gold coins. Those who could forge Mystic class, high-tier artifact swords were worthy of being called Master Swordsmith. Li Fuchen might have the financial capability to purchase it, but his previous cultivation level was too weak and wasn't able to utilize the power of a Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword to its limits. A Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword that couldn't be utilized to its limits wasn't that different from a Mystic class, mid-tier artifact sword that could be utilized to its limits. Of course, it would be different if he had a top-tier profound rank sword. Even if he could only exert 30 to 40% of its power, it would be far superior to a mid-tier profound rank sword. It was a pity that a Mystic class peak-tier artifact sword was hard to come by. In the East Unicorn continent, there weren't many people who could forge a Mystic class peak-tier weapon. Some of the newly promoted Reincarnation Realm martial artists might not even have a suitable Mystic class peak-tier weapon. They could only make do with a Mystic class high-tier weapon. Now that Li Fuchen was at the 8th level of the Earth realm, he was able to utilize 90% or even 100% of the power of a Mystic class high-tier artifact sword. After all, he was now a sword rune master, so he was naturally very familiar with the sword runes of a high-grade profound class treasure sword. If Li Fuchen had a Mystic class high-tier sword, he could even create a Mystic class high-tier artifact sword himself. Thank you, Sovereign. The 4 sheathed their swords. Ouyang Wentian nodded. 3 days later, we will depart on time. All of you can make some preparations. Li Fuchen, stay behind for now. After Li Xiangru and the 2 others left, Ouyang Wentian smiled. How is your cultivation of the 4-star secret technique? Li Fuchen's perception was said to be the number 1 in the history of the Azure Water sect. He was able to comprehend a Mystic class high-tier sword intent at the young age of 20. Such a perception was far superior to regular 6-star bone frames. After the sect selection tournament, Ouyang Wentian made an exception to impart a 4-star secret technique to Li Fuchen. Before this, only sword maniac, Li Xiangru, made an exception to obtain a 4-star secret technique. But Li Xiangru obtained it a few years ago, while Li Fuchen obtained it in less than a month. It was rather hasty and Ouyang Wentian wanted to know of Li Fuchen's progress. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and replied, Sect Patriarch, Fuchen has already cultivated it to the completion rank. What? already at the completion rank? Ouyang Wentian was shocked. Yes. Li Fuchen replied. The 4-star secret technique that Ouyang Wentian imparted to him was called Pure Yang Dipper Qi. Activating this secret technique would allow the body's true Inferno Qi to transform into pure Yang Dipper Qi. It was much more fearsome and tyrannical than the mystical dragon Qi. To Li Fuchen, cultivating a 4-star secret technique was much easier than cultivating a mystic class high-tier martial art. Secret techniques usually involved the body's structure. But with Li Fuchen's powerful awareness, he had a deep understanding of the body's structure. Even a peak-level Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to understand their own body as well as Li Fuchen. He might even be able to compete with a Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Hence, in less than 10 days, Li Fuchen cultivated the pure Yang Dipper Qi to the completion rank without any difficulty. Show me. Ouyang Wentian was still skeptical. Yes. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and circulated the blazing and violent true Inferno Qi within his body. His Qi presence was like a small sun that filled the entire Azure Water Grand Hall. Boom! The already horrific Qi presence, in the blink of the eye, exploded again. It was even more condensed and tyrannical. Visible to the naked eye, Li Fuchen's body was emitting a layer of pale yellow light. This layer of light gave off a feeling of indestructible and condensed steel. Just a single glance was enough to shock anyone. Pure Yang Dipper Qi was a high-grade application of Qi. Or rather, it was a type of high-grade Qi. Just like a Heaven Realm martial artist's Qi, even though it was also Qi, but the quality was much better than an Earth Realm martial artist's Qi. To an Earth Realm martial artist, a Heaven Realm martial artist's Qi could be treated as a Dipper Qi. Good, an exceptional prodigy. Ouyang Wentian's eyes were wide open. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. This was the first time he had seen someone who was able to cultivate a 4-star secret technique to the perfection realm in less than a month. Back when he was at the Disha realm, he had spent a total of 3 years to achieve this. In comparison, the rest of the people who cultivated the pure Yang Dipper Qi were simply idiots and slow-witted. Staring at Li Fuchen, Ouyang Wentian thought to himself, when this child steps into the Heaven Realm, perhaps I can make an exception and impart him the Sect Origin Sword secret technique. Sect Origin Sword secret technique, Azure Water Sect secret technique. Among the hundreds of 5-star secret techniques in the entire East Unicorn continent, the Sect Origin Sword secret technique was ranked top 10. Even the Heaven Fiend sect's Heaven Fiend Azura secret technique didn't have such a high ranking. But no matter how good something was, it had to be used by others. Blindly keeping it wouldn't reflect its value. In Ouyang Wentian's opinion, it was like casting pearls before swine for the Sect Origin Sword secret technique to land in the hands of Li Fuchen. As for the question of loyalty, it could be put aside for now. A true prodigy must be given absolute trust. If it was because of loyalty, it would only cause the other party to hold a grudge. What's more, Li Fuchen's clan would arrive at the Azure Water sect soon. With the entire clan around, Ouyang Wentian didn't have to worry about Li Fuchen's loyalty. Of course, that was a matter for the future. The Sect Origin Sword secret technique required one to be at least at the Heaven Realm to cultivate. Earth Realm martial artists with heaven-defying perception wouldn't be able to cultivate the Sect Origin Swords because their Qi wouldn't be able to keep up. Chapter 284. 3 days passed by in a flash. At the plaza in front of the Azure Water Grand Hall, apart from Li Fuchen's group, there were 2 other gold-class direct disciples, Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian. The 2 of them were 5-star bone frames and were young, around the age of 20. They weren't qualified to participate in this year's Stars ranking tournament, but they would be qualified for the next one. Furthermore, they would be the main force. 3 years later, Li Xiangru and the other 2 might have already stepped into the Heaven Realm. only Li Fuqian might still be at the Earth realm. By then, Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian would definitely be one of the 4 spots. Hence, for this stars ranking tournament, the 2 of them could follow the group to meet the prodigies of the various sects and to prepare for the next stars ranking tournament. A short moment later, Zhao Wujin arrived, together with Zhao Mingyue. As the Azure Water sect's inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin's status was just inferior to the sect Patriarch, Supreme Elder, and Protector. His status was extremely esteemed, and if he were to step into the reincarnation realm, he would naturally be a protector. Hence, he was qualified to bring Zhao Mingyue along. A moment later, Ouyang Wentian and the 2 Supreme Elders walked over. The Azure Water sect required the protection of the Supreme Elders, and it was impossible for all the Supreme Elders to follow along. It was already praiseworthy for 2 of them to come. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was here, Ouyang Wentian waved his hand and 2 Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts swooped down. Splitting into 2 groups, everyone stood on the back of the spirit beasts, which soared into the sky and vanished into the clouds. Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts were extremely fast and were even faster than regular reincarnation realm martial artists. In order to avoid being blown away, Li Fuqian and the others sat down cross-legged. Ouyang Wentian, the 2 Supreme Elders, and Zhao Wujin naturally didn't want to sit still and sat cross-legged too. Li Fuqian, who sat cross-legged, didn't waste any time and started to cultivate the true Inferno technique. This child is truly a cultivation maniac. On the back of the neighboring spirit beast, the gray-haired Supreme Elder who was blind in one eye praised. Ouyang Wentian nodded. To be able to cultivate in such an environment, it requires an extremely high spirit will. Regular Earth realm martial artists or even Heaven realm martial artists would only be able to close their eyes and meditate. They wouldn't be able to comprehend techniques. Why did martial artists go into seclusion? It was so that they could not be disturbed and concentrate all their energy on breaking through. However, if one's willpower was strong, they would be able to remain calm in any environment and place. It did not matter whether they went into seclusion or not. Even if they did, it would not be for their own personal reasons. Rather, it was because they were afraid of encountering powerful enemies during the process of breaking through. It had been some time since his true Inferno technique broke through to the 16th layer. During these days, Li Fuqian naturally pushed the true Inferno technique to the peak state of the 16th rank and was just 1 step away from the 17th rank. But this barrier wasn't that easy to break through. Under normal circumstances, even a 5-star bone frame would need at least a few years to break through. Mystic class, peak tier cultivation techniques, the higher the level, the more exaggerated. It was already extremely difficult for a Heaven realm martial artist to break through to the 19th rank. Just like Zhao Wujin, he relied on the accumulation of time to cultivate one of the 2 mystic class, peak tier cultivation techniques, the true Azure Water technique, to the 19th rank. It wasn't because of his high perception, after all, he was still a 4-star bone frame. The Stars ranking tournament was held at the 100 Battle Region's Star Fate Mountain. Over the past few days, people from various sects had arrived at Mount Star Fate one after another. For a time, the usually deserted Mount Star Fate became unprecedentedly lively. Is this Star Fate? Some of the geniuses from the various sects who had never been to Empty Star Fate looked at the huge mountain that soared into the clouds and couldn't help but feel awe. Empty Star Fate was known as one of the 3 major mountain peaks of the East Unicorn continent. It was rumored that Empty Star Fate dictated the destiny of the East Unicorn continent. In every stars ranking tournament, the rankers would be able to obtain a trace of Empty Star Fate's star fate. The higher the ranking, the more star fate they would obtain. Astral fate was something even more precious than Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi. The Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi could increase one's cultivation speed by several folds. But star fate could affect a martial artist's fate. For example, those with strong celestial fate might be able to avert disaster time and time again. Otherwise, no matter how great a person's talent and potential was, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, if he died midway, he would just be a shooting star. Only by surviving could one set foot on the peak and live a carefree life. Above the sky, two black dots flew over quickly. Soon, the black dots enlarged. They were two huge spirit beasts. "We've arrived at Mount Star Fate." Ouyang Wentian asked the spirit beasts to descend. "This is Star Fate?" Li Fuchen was rather shocked too. This was his first time seeing such a massive mountain, and it was just like a divine mountain. Zhao Wujin introduced from the side. The stars ranking tournament is separated into 3 stages. The first stage is to ascend the mountain, the second stage is to stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, and the third stage is the ranking tournament. The mountain is so tall and it isn't easy to ascend it. Zhao Mingyue stuck out her tongue. Zhao Wujin said, "It is naturally not easy to ascend the mountain. Firstly, you have to be fast. If you are too slow, by the time you ascend the mountain peak, the Heaven Dipper stone pillars might already be full. There are 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars, and once every pillar is filled with people, then these 108 people would be ranked in the stars ranking. The rest of the people wouldn't have any more chances. Hence, you have to ensure that your speed is fast enough. If your speed isn't fast enough, even if you have the strength to enter the stars ranking, it wouldn't make a difference." Ouyang Wentian nodded and added, "During the process of ascending the mountain, you might be ambushed by others. Hence, it is very important to choose the route. If the route isn't chosen well, you might encounter some elite prodigies in advance." This was what Ouyang Wentian was most worried about. Currently, the elite prodigies of the East Unicorn continent were the 3 king stars, 6 young masters, and 4 fairies. Apart from them, there were definitely some newly risen elite prodigies. If Li Fuchen were to encounter these people, even Li Fuchen would have a hard time. If Li Xiangru and the others were to encounter them, they would naturally be doomed and would miss out on this opportunity. Of course, ascending the mountain is just the first phase. Unless your luck is too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. The true difficulty is to stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. There are 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Apart from those elite prodigies who are occupying the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, the rest of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars will be contested by several individuals. They won't allow you to stand on them easily. Even if you manage to stand on one of the pillars and the rest of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars aren't occupied, others can still contest with you for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars until all the Heaven Dipper stone pillars are occupied. Ouyang Wentian took a glance at the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru definitely had the strength to enter the stars ranking. Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng might be slightly lacking, but they might still have a chance. If the Azure Waters sect could have 2 or more individuals enter the stars ranking, the star fate that they brought might just affect the Azure Waters sect. Sects also had their own fate. Some of the sects with stronger fate would be able to produce even more fearsome prodigies. When they matured, the sect would naturally grow stronger, and one day, they would become one of the elite factions. As time elapsed, more and more people arrived. A single sect would have at least a dozen individuals. A few dozen sects would have at least a few hundred individuals, and this number was still rapidly increasing. As the foot of Star Fate was shrouded in mist, there was only one entrance to ascend the mountain, and it was a stone door. Right now, everyone was gathered at the empty space in front of the stone door. They weren't too far apart from each other, which was why Li Fuchen and the others were able to see the members of the other sects with their naked eyes. So many reincarnation realm martial artists. Chapter 285. Reincarnation realm martial artists were the true experts of the East Unicorn continent. They dictated the fate of the sects and also the fate of the continent. Every reincarnation realm martial artist was an exceptional prodigy. When they were young, they were all prodigies and outstanding individuals. Someone calculated that in the East Unicorn continent, more than 80% of the reincarnation realm martial artists were 5-star bone frames. Less than 5% were 6-star bone frames. The rest were the elite 4-star bone frames and some of the regular prodigies who had amazing fated encounters. The deterrence of reincarnation realm martial artists was extremely strong. The reason why sects didn't easily start a war, apart from the surrounding sects, was because they didn't have the confidence to kill the opposing sect's reincarnation realm martial artist. Even the elite sects didn't dare to say that they could kill an ordinary sect's reincarnation realm martial artist. Once upon a time, there was an apex sect. After a strict layout, they annihilated a nearby ordinary sect. However, there was a flaw in their plan. They accidentally let a reincarnation realm martial artist escape. For the next few years, this reincarnation realm martial artist took revenge on this apex sect. This caused the apex sect to be in a state of panic. There were countless deaths and injuries. In the end, they spent a huge price to invite a reincarnation realm martial artist who was good at tracking to kill the other party. Hence, once one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, even the elite sects would give you some face and wouldn't easily offend you. Of course, if they chose to offend you, it meant that they were going to kill you. The Celestial Star sect is here, someone said. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. Above the sky, 3 giant spirit beasts swooped down. On the backs of the 3 spirit beasts, there were 6 reincarnation realm martial artists, which was twice as many as the Azure Water sect. There were close to 20 youths, all of them were in high spirits and had arrogant expressions. The Celestial Star sect was one of the elite sects in the East Unicorn continent. As a disciple of the Celestial Star sect, their status was much more respectable than regular sect disciples. On the back of the second spirit beast, it should be the Celestial Seven and young Patriarch Celestial Star, someone said. On the back of the second spirit beast, there were 8 youths. Every one of these 8 youths was extraordinary. They were emitting an all-powerful aura. Many of the sect's reincarnation realm martial artists observed them and had to admit that there was only one person in their sect that could be compared to the most ordinary members of the Celestial Seven. Li Fuchen's eyes similarly landed on the 8 of them. With just a single glance, he saw Han Feng. As one of the Celestial Seven, Han Feng was rather fearsome. In the Azure Water sect, apart from himself, perhaps only Li Xiangru could be compared with Han Feng. Chen Yuanhu's chi presence seemed to be slightly inferior. Moreover, this Han Feng was also very young. Just like him, they were both rising stars. However, no matter how powerful Han Feng was, he was only one of the Heavenly Star Seven. In front of him stood a young man holding an iron fan. This young man's face was like jade and his eyes were like the stars. As the spirit beast swooped down, the young man's clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a handsome tree facing the wind. Just his calm and elegant temperament alone made many geniuses feel ashamed of their inferiority. This person must be the Heavenly Star young master, Murong Di. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Murong Di, one of the 6 young masters, was addressed as the Heavenly Star young master or young master Celestial Star. Back when Li Fuchen went out to temper himself, Murong Di was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Looking at his chi presence now, he was obviously at the peak level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen could faintly feel that Murong Di's chi presence was purer and more dominant than Li Xiangru's chi presence. Ha, everyone, how have you been? I, Murong Batian, am late. One of the reincarnation realm martial artists from the Celestial Star sect laughed heartily. His laughter shook the sky and gave off a feeling of shock. Murong Batian, the Celestial Star sect patriarch, was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm and was Murong Di's father. In the reincarnation realm, each level was harder to advance. Regular sects would basically only have a few 3rd level reincarnation realm martial artists. A sect like the Heaven Fiends sect that had a 4th level reincarnation realm martial artist was already considered a slightly stronger sect. Murong Xiong is still as elegant as ever. We are in awe. Murong Xiong isn't late. We are the ones who came early. Our mental fortitude isn't as good as Murong Xiong. Many of the sect's reincarnation realm martial artists were complimenting Murong Badian. Elite sects or forces, one could only befriend them and not offend them. This was the way of life for regular sections. Murong Badian, you are rather early. Above the firmament, a robust voice echoed down like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Who dared to call out Murong Baishan's name directly? Soon enough, everyone confirmed the identity of the visitor. It's the Dolin clan. The Dolin clan was also one of the elite forces in the East Unicorn continent. Furthermore, they were slightly stronger than the Celestial Star sect. Only the reincarnation realm martial artists of the Dolin clan dared to call out Murong Baishan's name directly. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to do so even if they had 10 guts. Xiahou Shan, you are late. Murong Badian naturally wasn't afraid of the Dolin clan. His Celestial Star sect was only slightly weaker than the Dolin clan and it was just a joke. If they were to really fight, it was still unknown who would win. Moreover, these two elite forces basically wouldn't start a war. If two tigers were to fight, one would definitely be injured. Why would they let the other elite forces take advantage of them? A violent wind blew and 3 spirit beasts landed. The Dolin clan members appeared in everyone's vision. Just like the Celestial Star sect, the Dolin clan also sent 6 reincarnation realm martial artists. The leader had a stocky build and had a horrific chi presence that wasn't inferior to Murong Badian. He was obviously a 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Apart from the 6 reincarnation realm martial artists, among the 20 youths of the Dolin clan, 10 of them were extremely eye-catching. Their bodies were emitting an all-powerful chi presence. The Celestial Star sect had the Celestial 7 and the Celestial Star Young Patriarch, while the Dolin clan had the Dolin 10 Greats. These 10 individuals were naturally the 10 most outstanding youths of the Dolin clan. Xiahou Shi. Li Fuqian immediately saw Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi's cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the Earth realm. His horrific chi presence was several-fold stronger than before. However, there was another person besides Xiahou Shi, who was clearly even more powerful. This person was slightly older than Xiahou Shi. He was expressionless and seemed to be keeping a low profile. But with his keen awareness, Li Fuqian could feel that this person was like a volcano. He might look lifeless during normal times, but once he erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan. The Dolin clan's youth generation didn't have any 6-star bone frames. They only had 2 heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Xiahou Shi was one of them and the other was the number 1 of the Dolin clan's youth generation, Xiahou Chuan, who was known as Young Master Dolin. Similarly, one of the 6 young masters, Xiahou Chuan was much more experienced than the Celestial Star Young Master, Murong Di. It was rumored that Xiahou Chuan was at the half-step heaven realm. Xiahou Chuan, interesting. Murong Di sized up Xiahou Chuan and revealed a smile. During the Stars ranking tournament 3 years ago, he was still young and wasn't mature enough. But this year, he came with the intention of contending for the number 1 rank of the Stars ranking. This Xiahou Chuan was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Li Fuqian. Xiahou Shi swept a glance and noticed the Azure Water Sex group at a remote corner and Li Fuqian. After taking a glance, Xiahou Shi withdrew his gaze. A trace of murderous intent was quietly concealed. Chapter 286. Batches after batches of people from the various sects arrived at the empty space in front of the stone door and there were plenty of Stars rankers among them. Some of them were ranked rather high. When they saw Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan, all of them revealed a grave expression. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When facing two of the 6 young masters, they would definitely feel some pressure. Li Fuchen. The carefree sex people had arrived too. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were impressively among them. When they saw Li Fuchen, the two of them walked over. Li Fuchen, you have really surprised us. You are actually accepted as a direct disciple by the #1 mystic martial expert. This is something that the 3 king stars, 6 young masters, and 4 fairies couldn't achieve. Fan Qiansong praised. Fan Qianyu joked, Li Shixiang, we will be relying on you in the future. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh and said, as long as I can protect myself, I will definitely protect you. The two of them didn't know that mystic martial experts wouldn't stay in the mystic martial hidden domain forever. There would be a day when they would leave. When that time came, the so-called direct disciple of a mystic martial expert wouldn't be worth anything and might even be a calamity. The two of them revealed smiles on their faces. If Li Fuchen replied in such a manner, it meant that he treated them as true friends. The Mystic Tools sect is here. Just as the 3 of them were conversing, there was another commotion. Looking at the 3 spirit beasts that descended from the sky, Fan Qiansong spoke faintly, the Mystic Tools sect is definitely the most fearsome sect in the East Unicorn continent. There isn't anyone that can compare to them. One of the 3 king stars, the immovable king star, is from the Mystic Tools sect. Immovable king star, huh? Li Fuchen naturally knew how terrifying the Mystic Tools sect was. This sect's foundation was too solid and had a long history. As compared to the Mystic Tools sect, the Celestial Star sect could only be considered a junior. Even the Dolin clan, which had a similarly long history, could only be considered as a junior in front of the Mystic Tools sect. The only sect that could compare with the Mystic Tools sect in history would probably be the other elite sect, the Eternal Spring Valley. As an exceptional prodigy of the Mystic Tools sect, the immovable King Star didn't just possess a 6-star bone frame, he was blessed by the heavens in terms of cultivation. At the same time, he was also the youngest blacksmith master and tool pattern master in the Mystic Tools sect in the past 1,000 years. His talent was so outstanding that it caused one's hair to stand on end. The elegant Fan Qianyu was afraid that Li Fuchen didn't know about the immovable King Star, hence she explained in detail, Li Shixiang, among the 3 King Stars, the immovable King Star, Qi Heng has the strongest defense. The Mystic Tools sect has plenty of secret techniques and these secret techniques require the body to be branded with tool patterns. The higher the grade of the tool pattern, the stronger the body. During the Stars ranking tournament 3 years ago, apart from the other 2 King Stars, no one else could even break his defense. That's right. According to what I know, 3 years ago, his body was branded with a low-grade profound grade tool mark. I wonder if he has changed his tool mark now. Fan Qiansong added. Hearing this, Li Fuchen didn't feel surprised. Firstly, he knew about the Mystic Tools sect and the immovable King Star, Qi Heng. Secondly, he had also cultivated the incomplete sword essence which was related to tool patterns. The difference was that his incomplete sword essence could only brand sword patterns on the bones, while the Mystic Tools sect could only brand tool patterns on the body, which was more external. One on the inside and the other on the outside. Interesting. Li Fuchen was very curious about the Mystic Tools sect. After his bones were branded with the bronze sword pattern, apart from being able to convert the true Inferno Qi into bronze sword Qi, it also changed the toughness of his bones. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if someone who had the same ability level as him slashed at his arm, they would only be able to cut open his flesh and wouldn't be able to sever his arm bones. Because the toughness of his arm bones was already comparable to a Mystic class mid-tier weapon. But for members of the Mystic Tools sect to be able to brand tool patterns on their bodies, it meant that their skin and flesh defense was extremely tough. If the attack power wasn't at an extremely horrifying level, it would be hard to break their skin and flesh defense. On the back of the second spirit beast, the short-haired and muscular Chi Heng leaped down from the spirit beast. His movement technique looked extremely swift and violent. Right now, even Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan couldn't help but have a change in expression. The three king stars were like a boulder that was pressing on everyone's heart. Before this boulder was removed, they wouldn't be able to breathe normally. Chi Heng's body was extremely robust and he was a head taller than most of the people. His eyes were like lightning as he took a glance at the crowd. When he saw Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan, he paused for a moment. These two were able to be ranked as one of the 6 young masters and they definitely had some capabilities. Elite prodigies. 3 of them are here. It is truly hard to imagine what kind of scene it will be when all the elite prodigies are gathered together. Some of the prodigies from the various sects who were here to spectate were in a heated discussion and their emotions were surging. Immovable King Star, Chi Heng, ranked number 2 in the previous Stars ranking tournament and was considered a king among the youth generation. Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, ranked 15th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Young Master Celestial Star, Murong Di, ranked 35th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. The latter two were ranked lower, but that was because they were rather young. Especially Murong Di, who was only 20 years old when he participated in the Stars ranking tournament. To be ranked 35th in the Stars ranking at the age of 20, there weren't many who could compare with his innate potential. The existence of the 3 of them caused the rest of the people to be overshadowed, just like fireflies encountering the blazing sun. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu looked at the 3 of them before looking at Li Fuchen. They couldn't help but let out a sigh. Li Fuchen might have a huge reputation, but he had never participated in the Stars ranking tournament. In terms of reputation and credibility, he still wasn't comparable to the 3 of them. In this year's Stars ranking tournament, Li Fuchen should at least be able to make it into the top 30. Fan Qiansong thought to himself. In his opinion, young Master Celestial Star, Murong Di, was ranked 35th when he was 20 years old. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to be ranked lower than Murong Di, which was why it was more reliable to rank within the top 30. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Not long after the Mystic Tools sect arrived, the Eternal Spring Valley arrived too. The Eternal Spring Valley sect lived up to its name and flourished for a long time. In this generation, they actually produced 2 6-star bone frames. One was young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun and the other was Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu. Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun was known as the leader of the 6 young masters and was ranked 5th on the Stars ranking. Among the 4 that defeated him, the 3 King Stars hadn't broken through yet. The 4th ranked prodigy had already progressed to the Heaven Realm and had become an expert. As for Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu, she might not be ranked in the Stars ranking, but that was because she was still 17 years old 3 years ago. She didn't even participate in the Stars ranking tournament and naturally wasn't ranked in the Stars ranking. The arrival of the 2 of them caused the atmosphere in front of the stone door to become even more subtle. It was as though there were electric currents flickering in the air. The presence of the elite prodigies caused some of the prodigies to feel their scalps going numb. This person is the Li Fuchen that you mentioned? Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun had an extremely handsome appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back and quickly locked his eyes on Li Fuchen. Su Muyu replied, Ting Shixiang, that is him. Interesting. A pity that his cultivation is too weak. He is only at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and isn't even comparable to Shimi. Ting Qingyun shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Li Fuchen. In fact, he already thought highly of Li Fuchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially mentioned Li Fuchen. But who here wasn't a prodigy? It was unbelievably difficult for them to surpass levels to battle. Chapter 287. Su Muyu didn't comment. She only briefly mentioned Li Fuchen in front of Ting Qingyun and didn't say anything about Li Fuchen. Ting Qingyun's understanding of Li Fuchen was probably the same as everyone else. She only knew that Li Fuchen was the first to enter the 7th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. Of course, Li Fuchen's one-star bone frame talent was known by everyone after it was spread. One-star bone frame. Not even Su Muyu would have thought that the outstanding Li Fuchen was actually a one-star bone frame. She always thought that Li Fuchen was at least a 5-star bone frame. This undoubtedly broke everyone's understanding and caused everyone's suspicions. In everyone's opinion, the one-star bone frame Li Fuchen could be considered a prodigy, but not an elite prodigy. As an elite prodigy, the future had to be clear. Li Fuchen's future was too unclear and might just be a flash in the pan. Ting Qingyun, you are here. Qi Heng regarded Ting Qingyun with great importance. In the previous stars ranking tournament, Ting Qingyun was ranked 5th and in terms of ability, she wasn't inferior to him. Ting Qingyun sized up Qi Heng, it seems like your defense has gotten stronger. Qi Heng's qi presence was extremely strange. His entire body was like a weapon and was emitting a heavy metallic qi presence, like a human but not a human. Qi Heng grinned and revealed a row of neat and terrifying teeth. He laughed and said, "This star's ranking tournament will be the last one I will participate in. I hope I can enjoy myself to my heart's content." If he was willing, he could have progressed to the heaven realm a year ago. There were 3 reasons why he suppressed himself. The first reason was to obtain more star fate. Star fate was illusory, but most people believed that with the protection of star fate, their future would be much smoother. The second reason was to obtain more Heaven Dipper battle chi. He might have suppressed his cultivation for a year, but if he could obtain more Heaven Dipper battle chi, he would be able to make up for it. The third reason was a groundless rumor. It was rumored that this year's Stars Ranking Tournament was the grandest Stars Ranking Tournament in the history of the East Unicorn continent. The figures in this year's Stars Ranking Tournament would one day stir up the entire East Unicorn continent. Most importantly, this year's Stars Ranking Tournament would have a true dragon that would dominate the entire East Unicorn continent. There were some things that one would rather believe than not, which was why Qi Heng chose to believe it. Ting Qingyun faintly smiled and did not speak. He had heard of some rumors regarding this year's Stars Ranking Tournament. As far as he was concerned, these were all imaginary things. A true dragon appeared and dominated the entire East Unicorn continent. This was impossible, at least for countless years, no one in the East Unicorn continent had done it. In order to dominate the entire East Unicorn continent, one must first have absolute strength. It was useless to be just a little stronger than others. One must at least be stronger by one realm. Take the East Unicorn continent for example. If anyone progressed to the Battle Spirit realm and became a Battle Spirit realm martial artist, then that person would indeed be able to rule over the East Unicorn continent. A single command from the East Unicorn continent would be followed. But ever since those absolute experts vanished, the East Unicorn continent didn't have any more Battle Spirit realm martial artists. Perhaps it had appeared, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Look, it's the Sky Dragon Sword Sect and High Heaven Sword Sect. The 2 great sword sects are here at the same time. What a coincidence. An uproar broke out on the empty ground again. Among the hundreds of sects in the East Unicorn continent, there were more than a dozen Sword Dao sects, but there were only 2 elite Sword Dao sects, namely the Sky Dragon Sword Sect and the High Heaven Sword Sect. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect had one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye. The High Heaven Sword Sect also had one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun. In the previous Stars Ranking Tournament, Qi Yuye was ranked 28th and Luo Feiyun was ranked 11th. The Spirit Beast landed, Qi Yuye and Luo Feiyun also landed. Swordsmen had outstanding temperament. As Sword Dao prodigies, their temperament stood out. Just by standing there, it gave people a feeling that couldn't be ignored and was as resplendent as the stars. Compared to the two of them, the rest of the people were all overshadowed. Young Master Dragon's sword, Chi Yuya, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, had a unique sword monarch temperament. He glanced around and noticed immovable King Star Chi Heng, Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qin Yun, Young Master Celestial Star Murong Di, Young Master Dolin Xiahou Chuan, and Li Fuqian. After looking at Chi Heng and Ting Qin Yun, Chi Yuya withdrew his gaze. In his eyes, only Chi Heng and Ting Qin Yun were strong enemies, and the rest could only be regarded as strong enemies. Luo Feiyun's figure and appearance are not inferior to Chi Yuya's. He is dressed in white. When he moves, it is like a white cloud fluttering. It is as light as nothing. It is not hard to imagine that his body technique should have reached a very terrifying level. Li Fuqian next to Fan Qiansong said, Young Master Dragon's Sword, Chi Yuya, you should know his details. That Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun, was famous earlier than Chi Yuya, ranked 11th in the last stars ranking tournament. His sword art is powerful, Flying Sword is even more powerful. In the last stars ranking tournament, except for a few people, the rest can take his Flying Sword. Even Chi Yuya was defeated under his Flying Sword. Of course, Chi Yuya fire is still shallow, age is also younger than Luo Feiyun by 1 year. Flying Sword. Li Fuqian had heard of Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun. The so-called Flying Sword is actually a concealed weapon, and the style of the concealed weapon is like a small sword. Fan Qianyu said, my senior brother from Carefree sect has seen Luo Feiyun in action and he said that the speed of his Flying Sword is extremely fast. Under the Flying Sword, he never misses his target. Other than the number 1 King Star, no one would be able to dodge it with their movement skills and could only resist it head-on. That's impressive. Li Fuqian nodded. The speed of the sword Qi is also fast, but the sword Qi is not as powerful as the Flying Sword, and can be easily resisted. Fan Qiansong withdrew his gaze from Luo Feiyun and said to Li Fuqian, others do not believe you, I believe you, I wish you break into the top 10. I will work hard. Li Fuqian nodded. These absolute heavens chosen, more or less gave him some pressure, and most of the pressure came from the gap in cultivation level. Among the people, Su Muyu, who is the same age as him, is already at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, 1 level higher than him. Among the others, immovable King Star Chi Heng has the highest cultivation level, reaching the half-step heaven realm. Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qin Yun, Young Master Dragon Sword, Young Master Celestial Star Murong Di, Young Master Dolin Xiahou Chuan, and Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun, are all at the peak level of the Earth Realm. There is no 9th level Earth Realm. Thankfully, I had swallowed a cultivation-boosting medicinal pill, otherwise I would have had a hard time dealing with it. Li Fuqian secretly said. Chapter 288. Of course, pressure was just pressure. To Li Fuqian, this pressure wasn't worth mentioning. Even the immovable King Star Chi Heng could not make him feel the slightest bit of fear. Now that he was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm, he believed that he could fight with anyone. Furthermore, he wanted to have a hearty battle. Soon, more people from top sects arrived. This time, it was the Wind-Snow sect. Like the Eternal Spring Valley, the Wind-Snow sect also had 2 supreme geniuses. They were Gale and the Ice Fairy. Young Master Gale Han Yiming was at the peak stage of the Earth Realm and was ranked 12th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Icy Snow Fairy Su Lin was at the peak stage of the Earth Realm and was ranked 15th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Young Master Gale was just like his name. He stood there like a gust of wind, and even his chi couldn't be captured. If an ordinary person were to face him, they would probably lose their will to fight even before the fight began. After all, if you couldn't even lock onto your opponent's chi, how could you fight? The Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was just like her name. Although her body did not emit any icy aura, people with keen senses could still sense what kind of icy power was contained within her body. Fan Qiansong introduced, Young Master Gale is the #1 light body technique among the youth generation. During the previous stars ranking tournament, he had already comprehended a mystic class mid-tier light body technique intent. This time, he must have reached a new level and might have already comprehended a mystic class high-tier light body technique intent. As for the icy snow fairy, Su Lin, in the previous stars ranking tournament, she had cultivated the wind snow sex mystic class peak-tier cultivation technique, icy soul true technique, to the 16th rank. In terms of cultivation technique rank, the 3 king stars are inferior to her. It is said that apart from her 6-star icy snow bone frame, her physique seems to be an incredible icy cold physique. Therefore, when she cultivates icy cold cultivation techniques, she is able to achieve several times the results with half the effort and is blessed by the heavens. Hearing this, Li Fuchen raised his brows. This young Master Gale was not to be underestimated. As far as he knew, most people's Qing Gong had only reached the low level of the profound level. Very few people could reach the middle level of the profound level. A person's energy is limited, and you can't do too many things with that limited energy. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything well. I wonder what his martial arts realm is like. Qinggong was powerful, but if one's martial arts realm was not high, it would be useless. Martial arts were the most important means of a martial artist. Li Fuchen shifted his gaze from Han Yiming to Ice and Snow Fairy, Su Lin. His eyes were filled with admiration. 3 years ago, the other party had cultivated the profound rank peak-tier Ice Soul True technique to the 16th level. This kind of cultivation talent was truly terrifying. One must know that his current cultivation technique was only at the peak of the 16th level. He was still a step away from the 17th level. Perhaps it has already reached the 17th level. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine the power of a 17th rank mystic class, peak-tier technique. For mystic class, peak-tier techniques, from the 15th rank onwards, each rank was like the heavens. The 16th rank and the 17th rank might seem to be only 1 rank apart, but when it came to a real fight, the latter was enough to crush the former. Of course, the prerequisite was that both sides were on par with each other except for the cultivation technique rank. Time flew by, and during this time, the people from the Heaven Fiends sect also arrived. As one of the 4 fairies, Fairy Qinggu naturally became the center of attention. In this year's Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qinggu was definitely the youngest. In the history of the Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qinggu was also the youngest. To participate in the Stars ranking tournament at the age of 18 was something that even a 6-star bone frame would find hard to achieve. Someone guessed that in the next Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qinggu would definitely be an invincible existence. Even in this year's tournament, she would probably have a decent ranking on the Stars ranking. From afar, Yan Qinggu glanced at Li Fuchen. Others were envious of her 6-star bone frame, but in her opinion, Li Fuchen was the anomaly. A mere 1-star bone frame was actually able to make it this far. Initially, she thought that she wouldn't have any interactions with Li Fuchen in the future. Some things should be left in the past. But she didn't expect that Li Fuchen's cultivation speed didn't slow down because of the advancement of the cultivation realm. Instead, it was getting faster and had the tendency to surpass a 6-star bone frame. Generally speaking, when a person with a poor bone frame was fortunate enough to reach a new cultivation realm, their cultivation would stagnate. For example, a 2-star bone frame had a 20% chance of progressing to the Earth realm. But even after progressing to the Earth realm, it would normally take many years to progress by 1 level. Some 2-star bone frames would only be at the 4th or 5th level of the Earth realm when they died of old age. It was extremely rare for them to be able to cultivate to the 7th, 8th, or 9th level of the Earth realm. In other words, with Li Fuchen's bone frame, after progressing to the Earth realm, he shouldn't be able to progress by 1 level even after 10 years. But in such a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already progressed to the 8th level of the Earth realm. Although there was the credit of the Star Road hidden domain and the elixirs, but Li Fuchen's body had at least advanced by a few levels. His perception is far superior to normal people. That should be the key. Yan Qinggu thought. If Li Fuchen knew what Yan Qinggu was thinking, he would basically agree, but only on the basics. The reason why his cultivation speed was so fast wasn't just because of his perception, there were other important aspects too. Like his spirit will and consciousness. A strong spirit will allow him to progress smoothly and wouldn't have any unstable state of mind, causing him to be unable to control his own strength. A strong consciousness allowed him to understand his own body very well, allowing him to circulate his qi to break through more easily. Otherwise, with just his perception, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed wouldn't be comparable with a 6-star bone frame. Of course, it was mainly due to his young age. They were both 20 years old, but Su Muyu's cultivation level was higher than Li Fuchen's. But before progressing to the heaven realm, Li Fuchen would slowly catch up. Once his true Inferno technique broke through to the 17th rank or even the 18th rank, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level. Including Yan Qinggu, 3 of the 4 fairies were here, the 6 young masters were all here, and 1 of the 3 king stars were here. After counting, there were still 3 elite prodigies that weren't here yet. These 3 elite prodigies were the head of the 4 fairies, Tri-Absolute Fairy, the head of the 3 king stars, Thunderous King Star, and the weakest of the 3 king stars, Golden Whip King Star. Tri-Absolute Fairy was ranked 7th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Thunderous King Star was ranked 1st in the previous stars ranking tournament. Golden Whip King Star was ranked 3rd in the previous stars ranking tournament. They were all heavyweight figures. The Tri-Absolute Palace is here. The Thunder God sect is here too. There is also the Golden Extinction Hall. It seemed like it was discussed beforehand. In just 15 minutes, the 3 elite sects had all arrived. As of now, the top 10 elite sects were all here. They were the Celestial Star Sect, Dolin Clan, Mystic Tools Sect, Eternal Spring Valley, Sky Dragon Sword Sect, High Heaven Sword Sect, Wind Snow Sect, Tri-Absolute Palace, Thunder God Sect, and the Golden Extinction Hall. Among them, the Thunder God Sect was the strongest, hence, they were also known as the number 1 sect of the continent. Chapter 289. Tri-Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu's beauty could topple cities, and her aura was luxurious and varied. She stood there like a goddess. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that Tri-Absolute Fairy was slightly superior among the 4 fairies. But that was only for now. In terms of appearance, the other 3 fairies were not inferior to Jiang Ruoliu. They were only lacking in cultivation and foundation. No matter how ordinary a person's appearance was, if she could cultivate to a very high realm, she would naturally reveal an extraordinary temperament. It could be said that as one's cultivation increased, so would one's temperament. Moreover, it would be an earth-shaking improvement. With a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, Jiang Ruoliu's temperament almost reached the level of Heavenly Dipper realm, which is incomparable to the other 3 fairies. Of course, Jiang Ruoliu was not the best in terms of looks and temperament. Of Jiang Ruoliu's 3 ultimate skills, the first was Qinggong. The second was the palm technique. The third technique was illusion. During the previous stars ranking tournament, even the Thunderous King Star, Situlei, wasn't able to completely resist Jiang Ruoliu's illusion art. Fortunately, he was only slightly affected. Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, ranked 3rd in the previous stars ranking. As one of the 3 king stars, he was tall and had a golden crown on his head. His entire person was full of heroic spirit, exuding an indescribable domineeringness and sharpness. Being stared at by him was like being stared at by an eagle, his gaze terrifying and invasive. If the immovable King Star, Chi Heng, was a mountain, then the golden whip King Star, Jin Sudong, was a blazing sun. One was hidden, the other was shining. As expected of the King Star, Li Fuchen could feel how strong the domineering aura of Jin Sudong was. Because of their different personalities, everyone's aura was displayed differently. Some people's auras were reserved, some people's auras were strange, some people's auras were tough, and some people's auras were soft. Jin Sudong's aura, on the other hand, was like a blazing sun, constantly erupting outwards, revealing a domineering aura. In the face of such an existence, those with weak willpower would not be able to produce any fighting spirit. Night and day could not coexist. When the sun rose, all the stars would retreat, and nothing could stop it. At this moment, Li Fuchen finally knew why there were only 3 King Star and why Chi Heng and Jin Sudong could become King Star. It wasn't because of talent or potential. In terms of talent and potential, the others might not be inferior to the 3 King Stars. It was because of his domineering aura. The 3 King Stars had a domineering aura that the other younger generation didn't have. This kind of domineering aura was not tyrannical. Domineering was a kind of king's demeanor. It was a kind of extreme confidence that despised everything. Some people would have a domineering aura at some point in time. That was created by a unique environment and unique emotions. However, the 3 King Stars were like real kings. Domineering aura had already become a part of them. Other than the 3 King Stars, young Master Dragon's sword also had a domineering aura. However, young Master Dragon's sword Qi Yuye's domineering aura was extremely overbearing, forming a unique emperor's aura. The so-called Qi of a monarch was one of absolute supremacy, one that stood high above the masses, and was even more extreme. Legend had it that during the era when super experts fought, there were people who walked the path of the Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor. This kind of sword Dao was extremely tyrannical, but it was a pity that it was easy to walk into a dead end. East Lin continent once had a country, but because the emperor was too arrogant, it fell apart. Later, myriad sect stood in great numbers, and there was no more country. From this, it could be seen that the path of an emperor was not that easy to walk. In fact, it might even be impossible. Perceiving Li Fuchen's gaze, Jin Su turned his head to the east, and his gaze was like a blazing light as he attacked. What a powerful spirit will! Li Fuchen was a little surprised. Spirit will. This thing is also related to personality. Some personalities can make the spirit will more condensed, more tenacious, and some personalities can make the spirit will more aggressive. Jin Sudong's spirit will is really like a scorching sun, scorching and overbearing. Of course, Li Fuchen was just a little surprised. Surprised that Jin Sudong's spirit will was the strongest he had ever seen in the younger generation. Unfortunately, it was not enough to shock him. Li Fuchen was surprised, and Jin Sudong was even more surprised. He had heard of Li Fuchen and seen Li Fuchen's portrait. So he recognized Li Fuchen at a glance. Know that Li Fuchen is the most amazing figure in East Lin continent in the past year. After all, even if they 3 King Star, they were not accepted as personal disciple by the first and second odd martial artist, but Li Fuchen was accepted as a personal disciple by the first odd martial artist. Hence, that glance earlier was intentional as he wanted to probe Li Fuchen. But the result surprised him. If his spirit will is the scorching sun, Li Fuchen's spirit will is the starry sky. So deep, so vast. No matter how huge the scorching sun is, it can't be compared with the starry sky, it is just a part of the starry sky. Interesting. Jin Sudong smiled at the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's spirit will surprised him, but in this world, martial artist needs to consider too many qualities, spirit will is only one of them, as long as it is not bad, it can be said. Top 30, or top 20. Li Fuchen's cultivation base can't make Jin Sudong give too high an evaluation. The top May 20th be Li Fuchen's limit. Li Fuchen didn't know Jin Sudong's thoughts. Even if he knew, he didn't care. His eyes shifted from Jin Sudong to the last absolute heaven's chosen, the first king star, Thunder King Star, Situlei. The first king star, this title is supreme glory. To a certain extent, the first king star represents the first heaven's chosen, representing the king of heaven's chosen. Thunder King Star, Situlei, is also very tall, faintly taller than Jin Sudong, only shorter than immovable king star, Qi Heng. The strong him, the upper body is like a small mountain, the lower body has a pair of long legs, the whole person is like a group of thunder, quite motionless like a mountain, moving like thunder. Speaking of Situlei, you have to say Thunder God Sect. Thunder God Sect is the Eastern Lean Continent #1 sect, shedding body realm martial artist is the most, and the strongest. Thunder God Sect does not have martial Dao, but is biased towards Thunder attribute. Whether it is cultivation technique, secret technique or various martial art, most of them are Thunder attribute, the most famous of which is naturally Thunder God Sect #1 cultivation technique, Thunder Lightning Divine Merit, 5-star secret technique, My Heart is Thunder Heart, #1 martial art Heavenly Thunder Execution. Thunder attribute martial art, overbearing, violent, in the same realm, the same conditions, Thunder God Sect is completely crushing others, whether it is speed or attack power, it is superior, only the defense is slightly inferior. But in the face of absolute attack power, as long as the defense is not too bad, it does not matter. There is a saying that the best defense is actually an attack, which is very reasonable. As the Thunder God Sect's heaven's chosen, Situlei has a 6-star Thunder Root Bone, cultivating Thunder attribute martial art unique, as long as it is Thunder attribute martial art in his hands, he can quickly learn. And his strength, in the younger generation, is absolutely strong. There is almost no shortcoming. It was a crushing advantage in every aspect. In the previous Stars List tournament, even immovable King Star, Qi Heng, Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, did not bring too much trouble to Situlei. Chapter 290. Situlei stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at all the elite heavens chosen, including Li Fuchen, and smiled faintly. Strength at this point, there is no need to consider the possibility of losing, in his eyes, there is no opponent, even motionless King Star and Golden Whip King Star, for him, is only a slightly stronger existence. So his mentality is different from everyone present, faintly with a trace of detachment. Although there is no opponent, but to understand the unfamiliar means, it is also an interesting thing. Situlei secretly thought. With the arrival of the three, the elite heavens chosen are all here. 3 King Star. 6 young masters. 4 fairies. One by one, either domineering, cold, or gentle, or sharp, or refined, do not know if it is an illusion, everyone feels that the 13 people's chi, in the dark, is not weaker than shedding body realm martial artist, just like a true dragon, even if young, is a true dragon, there is no difference in essence. In addition to these 13 people, there are actually many elite heavens chosen, such as Xiahou Shi, such as Li Fuchen. Of course, in addition to Li Fuchen, the others are 5-star bone frames. These 5-star bone frames, as long as they show extraordinary talent potential in the Stars List tournament, they are qualified to become King Star young masters or fairies, famous in the world. What 6 young masters? If I wasn't young 3 years ago, 6 young masters must have a place for me. Some sect heavens chosen sneered. There is naturally more than one unconvinced, as long as it is a 5-star bone frame, there is more or less some unconvinced, they think they are not inferior to anyone, including King Star young masters and fairies. Stars List, it is really a gathering of stars, a group of dragons dancing. So many heavens chosen gathered together, even Li Fuchen, in the heart, can't help but have a sense of pride. He is a human after all, not a saint. He has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and has great ambitions. In the face of so many heavens chosen, his battle intent also seems to wake up. In the past, facing those ordinary geniuses, although he went all out, but in the depths of his heart, in fact, there was no tension, because he knew that he would win. But it was different this time. There were plenty of elite prodigies in the stars ranking tournament, and he wasn't certain about the final outcome. After all, everyone had their own trump cards and killer moves. Moreover, he was at an absolute disadvantage on the surface. He was at the 8th level of the Earth realm and was basically at the bottom of the bottom. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one whose blood was boiling, the rest of the people were as well. Being awe-inspiring in a certain region was nothing. Only being awe-inspiring in the entire continent was truly awe-inspiring. The stars ranking tournament was a gathering of stars and prodigies. It was extremely difficult to obtain a ranking, but as long as one obtained a ranking, it was enough to prove that one was a prodigy of this era and an existence that couldn't be neglected. Other than the Thunder King star, Situlei, the other heaven's favorites all had their eyes lit up. Their opponents were none other than each other. If the rest of the people were fighting to become geniuses, then they were fighting to become the main characters of this era. The prodigies of the era could only participate. As for the protagonist of an era, he could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, change the world, and dominate the entire continent. Situlei was very calm because he knew that no one could threaten him in this stars ranking tournament. To him, the stars ranking tournament was just a game, and soon, this game was going to end. I miss it so much. I miss the days back then. A reincarnation realm martial artist lamented. Back then, he was also a prodigy and had experienced the stars ranking tournament. Back then, he was high-spirited and had soaring battle intent. He might be immature, but his fighting spirit was obviously stronger than now. Right now, he might be a reincarnation realm martial artist, but it seemed that as the years of cultivation increased, his fighting spirit was slowly decreasing. His subconscious had been warning him that he was already a reincarnation realm martial artist and didn't need to take risks or opportunities. It was too difficult to progress from the reincarnation realm to the battle spirit realm, and there was no need to risk it. Since the East Unicorn continent didn't have any battle spirit realm martial artists, he just had to cultivate normally, and there was a possibility of death if he took risks. There is no need to miss it. They are just a bunch of small fry. I wonder how many of them have truly matured. There were also some reincarnation realm martial artists who were disdainful. That's right. Only after reaching the reincarnation realm can they control their own destiny. They are still unable to control their own destiny. It was obvious that most of the reincarnation realm martial artists didn't care about the prodigies. In their opinion, even if these prodigies were glorious in the stars ranking tournament, the best outcome would be to become a new batch of reincarnation realm martial artists, and it was impossible for them to surpass them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to care. They were already standing at the peak, while these prodigies were just at the waist of the mountain. The foot of Star Fate was shrouded in mist and there was only one entrance. There was a giant stone door and a stone staircase that extended from the stone door to the foot of the mountain. Once there was no stone staircase or even a mountain path. One had to rely on oneself to find a route up the mountain. Before this, the stone door contained laws and intents and no one was allowed to enter. After an unknown period of time, there was a pop sound and the laws and intents vanished. There was a gust of wind that surged out from the stone door and blew on everyone. Empty Star Fate has opened. Hurry up and ascend the mountain. Some of the experts from the sects urged their disciples. Swish 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 swish, hundreds of prodigies executed their movement skills and shot towards the stone door. All of these prodigies burst out with extreme speed. They knew clearly that Star Fate was extremely tall and if they were to be faster, it wouldn't be a decisive factor. But if they were to be slower, the consequences would be unpredictable. The first batch of people to ascend the mountain didn't have to worry about anything and just had to ascend the mountain. The people behind would have to deal with obstructions or intentional disturbances from others. In the past, there were prodigies that were severely injured and weren't able to ascend the mountain peak. Which was why they wanted to be the first batch of people to ascend the mountain. Of course, those that were fighting to be the first batch were those that didn't have confidence in themselves. Those that were truly confident in themselves weren't in a hurry to burst out with speed and would leisurely follow behind at a moderate speed. Li Fuchen, do your best. Zhao Mingyue transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen waved his hand and skimmed towards the stone door. You are not bad, but this year isn't our era yet. Yan Qingguo walked past Li Fuchen and left a statement. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Perhaps others might think that he was just here to join in the fun and it would be fine as long as he could make it into the top 36. But only he knew that his time was precious. He wouldn't be able to participate in the second Stars ranking tournament. Which was why this year's Stars ranking tournament was the only one he would participate in. He would give it his all and fight for first place. After entering the stone door, there was a stone staircase that pierced through the fog. At this point, there were fights that broke out. In the Stars ranking tournament, everyone was an opponent. It was fine if there weren't any obstructions along the way, but if there were, it would be hard to restrain their intense battle intent. The stone staircase was narrow and crowded. The fog on both sides was something that no one was willing to touch. Boom! A huge battle erupted and even Li Fuchen was caught in it. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.